No, we appreciate it.
I got eye drops in case anybody's eyes get dry.
Oh, you're very
Chapstick.
And you have snacks as well.
And I have a Squid gift card.
Very helpful.
I know, right? What do you need? DoorDash? Things like that.
Are you ready, or are you still setting up?
My client went to the restroom.
Oh, I didn't even know she was gone. My apologies.
Okay, we're on the record in Jennifer Awerda versus April Destain, 230904766. May I have appearances of counsel beginning with petitioner, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Kennedy Nate and Austin Nate on behalf of the petitioner, Jen Awerda, who is also here, and then we have Nate Awerda with us as well.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Gaud Moragani on behalf of the respondent, April Despain. She's here, and also her husband is here. I did have a quick request. Is it okay if her husband sits at the desk as well?
I don't have a problem with that. Any objection?
No objection. Are we fine to have Mr. Awerda come forward as well?
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be at the desk, but right behind us.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. A couple of preliminary things. First, I take a lot of notes, so if you see me typing and looking at this screen, it's not because I'm doing other work or doing other things, it's because I'm taking notes. So if you hear me typing, see me looking, that's what's going on. All right, I think there was an objection to a witness appearing remotely. Is there still an objection?
Yes, Your Honor, and I think the principal reason is because when the court set the scheduling order, it said this was going to be an in-person hearing.
Okay,
And so we've made arrangements to have our witnesses here.
sure. But any particular objection to somebody appearing via WebEx?
No.
All right, Mr. Maragani?
Yeah, Your Honor. Just a couple things. So the witness that we wanted to have testify is Nicole Solas. She lives in Rhode Island. And specifically, we want to be able to, she's the one witness. Well, let me step back a little bit. Under the statute, when you have third-party posts or third-party actions, in order to attribute it to my client, you'd have to show that my client caused the third party to take action. So with Nicole Solas, there's actually an example of her making a post in response to my client making the request. So that's an important part of our case, is to show like this is an example of actually causing a post juxtaposed against what you're claiming. And so here, she's in Rhode Island. We'd like to be able to have her testify remotely. And then we did not understand the court having said that all witnesses have to be here in person. And I'll just add that for my client, this has been a very heavy financial burden. And so to add the burden of having to have a client fly out and show up in person for what might be 20 or 30 minutes of testimony, depending on how long the cross is total, is a big burden. And then finally, I'll just say, I don't think there's any prejudice to the petitioners because they'll be able to cross-examine her.
Yeah, court's going to overrule any objection. I don't have a problem with the witness testifying remotely. However, if you're intending to show her any kind of exhibits, you need to know how to do that technology-wise. Does that make sense? Court's not going to help you.
Your Honor, we already sent her the exhibits we're going to ask her about.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and it looks like she's already on. So, as are some other people. Okay, anything else we should talk about before we get started?
Yes, Your Honor. We have met and conferred and have reached a stipulation as to the exhibits.
Okay, great.
So, and I will attempt to do this, and I'm sure if Mr. Maragani has any questions, he will respond. But I do believe we are stipulating to the admissibility of all the exhibits, so all that have been submitted. So we're going to try and streamline this a little bit.
Okay.
A couple caveats that we just wanted to note for the record. Exhibit 1, pages 1 through 2, which show images from an Instagram, so comments from Instagram. We are stipulating that those are comments that were made on the Daily Caller's Instagram page. So just wanted to clarify that that was the case. And that is the same for Exhibit 118, pages 1 through 2, and then Exhibits 37 through 51.
So Exhibit 1, Exhibit 18, and Exhibit...
It's at 118, and then,
100.
yes, and then 37 through 51.
Exhibits 37 through 51.
37 through 51, that's correct.
And by saying, you're saying each of those exhibits are reflecting comments made on the Daily Caller Instagram page?
That's correct.
Okay. And so petitioner has exhibits what through what?
So I think 1 through 72 is what we have currently marked.
Okay. And those are stipulated that they are admissible, so we don't need to bother with moving to admit or anything like that. Is that the party's understanding?
That's correct, and I apologize, Your Honor. I believe it's 1 through actually 75.
1 through
not
75.
76. I'm getting corrected here.
Okay,
176.
76. And respondent, what's your numbers?
We have, Your Honor, 101 through 141.
141.
Isn't it 100? Doesn't it start at 100?
So, sorry, Your Honor, yeah, 100.
Just-
Apologies.
So the parties are stipulating that petitioner's exhibits 1 through 76 and respondent's exhibits 100 through 141 are admissible, correct?
That's correct.
Right, Your Honor. Except, can I just want to make this really, so just a couple of clarifications. On Exhibit 1, which is their exhibit, it's actually pages 1 through 2 of Exhibit 1 to Exhibit 1. That would, and the stipulation is that those are actually comments to an Instagram reel that was posted by the Daily Caller. I just want to mention that this is...
So pages 1 through 2 of Exhibit 1 to Exhibit 1?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And comments made on the Daily Caller Instagram reel? Is that what this was?
Yes, Your Honor. And let me just add so this makes sense. It's important because during the UPEPA hearing, representation was made that those were comments made on a post that my client did on her social media. And that's not what they are. They're actually posts done on the Daily Caller social media post.
Okay, and is that the same for the other exhibits? Exhibits 118, 37 through 51? Or are these just... And maybe it doesn't matter. We can maybe clean it up when we get there. But I just want to be clear that all the exhibits we've just talked about, parties are stipulating to their admissibility, so we're going to treat them as admitted right now, and we're not going to handle any sort of motions for admission as we go forward.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And if you haven't already, put on your list putting together an exhibit list for the
Okay.
record,
Okay.
because otherwise we won't have one. Okay, anything else that we need to talk about before we get started?
We have the exhibit binders for the court. Should I go?
Yeah, one for the witness and one for me, please. Great. Thank you. I won't be able to use this thumb drive until I get it inspected.
No worries.
By the court.
We have the media loaded on our computer, so we should be able to see them.
So this is a record copy.
I'm sorry.
Okay, great. Okay, anything else? No?
Not from us, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Nate, let's call your first witness.
All right, Your Honor, we call Jenna Huerta.
All right. Ms. Ward, you can just come up here and stand in front of this lady to my left. She'll swear you in.
Thank you. You do solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give in the case now before this court be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the same and the perjury. I do.
Thank you so much. Please have a seat right here.
And Your Honor, before we get moving, can we just make sure, can we publish the exhibits to make sure that they are functioning?
Yeah.
It should be. We tested them and just want to make sure that nothing has changed.
Oh, and
Can you
that is, hold on.
turn to, or will it be up
Yeah, you
here?
should
Oh,
have the
okay.
monitor there.
Great, thanks.
Sorry, it's very touchy.
Yes, well,
You're me first.
So we've got to drag the other one over, right? So it's good.
Function. Yeah. There you go.
like it is functioning.
Okay,
And
great.
were you able to see that when that populated? Okay, we'll
Yeah.
double check when we get
It
there.
worked a minute ago.
All right. All right, Ms. Alwarda, would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jennifer Awarda, Jennifer
And Ms. Alwarda, do you have any connection to Murray School District?
I do not.
Do you have any children attending Murray School District?
Yes, I have one son that attends Hillcrest Junior High at this moment.
And when you said you have no affiliation with Murray School District, is that in a professional manner?
Yes, in a professional manner.
Have you ever volunteered with Murray School District?
Yes, numerous times.
In what capacity?
In the elementary level, I was a room mom at the school that my son attended. I helped with activities and such, and I was PTA president in the elementary level.
Are you currently employed by Murray School District?
I am not.
Have you ever been employed by Murray School District?
I have not.
Have you ever been authorized to act on behalf of Murray School District?
No, I have not.
Has anyone from Murray School District ever asked you to act on their behalf?
No, they have not.
All right. I believe you just mentioned at one point, you mentioned that you were involved with Hillcrest Junior High, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And at one point, you were nominated as the PTA president at Hillcrest Junior High, is that right?
I wouldn't call it nominated. I was asked to be PTA president if no one else put their name in the hat, per se.
And when did that happen?
Approximately April of 2023, they were struggling to find someone that would take over the current PTA president, and I said I would put my name in if they couldn't find anybody else, but there was no official nomination.
Can you explain that process a little bit more?
Yes, so when someone wants to be PTA president, secretary, or treasurer, you need to submit your name, and then they have a nominating committee of 3 people go out and look within the district if anybody else wants to run, and then if no one else runs or if other people run, they do a vote, and you have to have 15 people present to vote in the current PTA president or whoever wants to run for that.
Did you ultimately become the PTA president?
I did not know.
Why not?
I took my name out of the running. I said I did not want to run anymore.
And go ahead, I'm sorry.
Because of the situation with Mrs. Spain.
And do you recall approximately when that occurred?
Yes, approximately June of 2023 is when I said I did not want to run anymore. I didn't want to be considered.
Thank you. Now, when did you first learn of Ms. April Despain?
May 16th, 2023.
And how did you first learn of her?
I learned of her, I was looking at the Hillcrest Junior High Facebook page, and I had noticed a post of Brittany Dunn, who is an English teacher at Hillcrest Junior High, her desk of pride flags and welcome everyone signs on her desk, and I had noticed it on the Facebook page of Hillcrest Junior High.
Do you know Brittany Dunn?
Yes, she's an English teacher at Hillcrest Junior High, and she was my son's English teacher at the time.
Did you volunteer at Hillcrest Junior High School?
Yes,
Did you
numerous
ever-
hours.
Did you ever work with Ms. Dunn during those volunteer hours?
Not personally, but yes, she saw me at the school when I would volunteer, and obviously said she was Jack's teacher. I knew her from that aspect as well.
What did you do after seeing the post that you just referenced?
So I ordered pride flags to be sent to Miss Despain's home.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
Yes, May 16th, 2023.
All right. Did you know Ms. Despain before seeing this post?
I did not know.
Did you know Ms. Despain's religious affiliation?
I did not.
Why did you order the flags?
As a joke, as a practical joke, because she posted about pride flags, and I thought since she seemed to love pride flags so much, I thought it'd be funny to send her some.
Are you sorry you ordered those flags today?
Absolutely, I wouldn't be sitting here today. if
Would
I
you
hadn't.
would you take it back if you could?
Oh, for sure.
Did you ever offer to meet with Ms. Despain to discuss or try and resolve the issues that resulted in this lawsuit?
Yes, numerous times. I had suggested that she could come volunteer at the school with me. I would meet her personally to discuss these matters.
Did she accept your offer?
She did not know.
What did she do instead?
She continued to post about me and mock me about sending her the pride flags and saying I was sending her the pride flags to criticize her religious beliefs.
Now, we've obviously talked a little bit about social media. Do you have at least one social media account?
I do.
And how many accounts do you have?
I have two,
And what are they?
Facebook and Instagram.
Is that how you were able to see Ms. Despain's post?
Yes.
Was her account private?
No, not at the time, no.
Do you generally understand how social media works?
I believe I do.
Have you used it for years?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with the term tagging?
Yes, I am. I know that term, yes.
What is tagging?
When someone uses your name in a post and then it tags you and then you receive notification that you've been tagged in a post, or if someone makes a comment on a tagged post, you receive notification that someone has commented on that post.
Okay. What about blocking? Are you familiar with that term?
I am.
And what do you understand that to mean?
Someone blocks you, you're no longer able to see their social media account, whether it be Facebook or Instagram.
Now, at some point, you mentioned you saw the post on May 16th, is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
At some point, did you begin to comment on Ms. Despain's social media accounts?
I did.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was around May 23rd.
All right. Was that your first actual interaction with Ms. Despain?
It was, yes.
Had you had any other interactions with her in person?
Nope, I have not.
All right.
I had never seen her in person.
Were you aware that Ms. Despain had run for school board prior to that?
I had not, no.
Why did you post on May 23rd?
Ms. Despain had made another post about a teacher, Gabrielle Smith, who also taught at Hillcrest Junior High, who I knew from volunteering at the school. And she posted another doxing comment about Mr. Smith's desk and a pride flag being shown at his desk, and commented a picture of Mr. Smith along with a telephone number and an email address. So I commented on that post asking her, like, if she could not comment about the specific teacher, because it does obviously take into account they're at school parents attacking the teachers.
And what happened after you made that comment?
Ms. Despain and I got into a heated debate back and forth about pride flags in schools, teachers and their belief system on belief of being inclusive to all students. She then back and forth with some of her followers, David Mulholland being one of them, about being a groomer, sexualizing my child, being a pedophile.
Any others?
Yes, so we went back and forth, Ms. Despain and I, about different things, and then she started saying that I sent the flags because of her religious affiliation.
And was that true?
No, it was not. I did not know her religious affiliation until she mentioned it in her posts.
Did Ms. Despain make any personal attacks on you?
Absolutely. She commented about my personal appearance numerous times. She posted continual pictures of me that she took off of my Facebook or Instagram accounts. There was pictures posted of my son and I on her Facebook page as well.
And were those images of you and your son, were those posted by Ms. Despain?
I believe so. They were posted on her accounts. I don't know if she posted them themselves or if it was Mr. Mulholland.
So it could have been one of her followers?
Yes.
Did you ultimately submit requests that those images be taken down?
I did. I sent her a cease and desist letter.
Okay. And we'll get to that in a little bit.
Okay.
When Ms. Despain would post about you, you've talked a little bit about some of what those posts are like. Did she include images of you?
Yes. Most often she did.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at Exhibit 5, which has already been admitted. Let's see if we can make this work. All right. Ms. Alwerda, do you recognize this?
I do.
And is this one of the posts that Ms. Despain made about you?
It is.
Do you recognize the date here?
Yes, it's May 26th at 7:39. Oh, sorry, excuse me, 7:35 p.m.
All right. And here, would you mind reading the first sentence for us?
Yes, it says, meet Hillcrest Junior High's PTA president, Jennifer Sula Warda. She bullies me relentlessly because I protect children from gender, sexual ideologies in public schools. Look at her comments bringing up gossip about personal issues concerning my husband's family. Why does a PTA president treat parents like this simply because they believe differently than her?
Thank you. Now, you weren't PTA president at this time, were you?
No, I was not.
All right. And how did Ms. Despain introduce you?
As Hillcrest Junior High's PTA president.
How did she identify you?
By my full name.
Ms. Awerda, are you familiar, are there any other Jennifer Sewell Awerdas on social media?
No, not to my knowledge. I'm the only one.
She used the term bullies me. Did you see that?
I do.
At this time, had you sent the flag, had Ms. Despain received the flags?
No, she had not.
This is dated May 26th, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Had your only engagement with her been online?
Yes, at the time, yes.
All right, go ahead and take that down. Was it common for Ms. Despain to post images of you?
Yes, very common.
And when she, was it multiple images or a single image over and over?
Multiple images.
I believe you talked about there being an ongoing debate.
Mhm.
Did you argue with Ms. Despain?
Yeah, about school issues, yes.
All right, and there was a comment in that prior exhibit about family issues. Do you know what that was referring to?
Yes.
What was it?
A comment I had made to her about it just I would assume that most people have struggles with in-laws. I know I have in my marriage, and I just said maybe you should focus on your family.
Did Ms. Despain's followers comment on you or about you?
Sorry, excuse me, say that one more time.
Did Ms. Despain's followers comment about you?
Yes, often.
Just a few times?
No, numerous times.
Numerous times?
Numerous.
Did they comment on your appearance?
Yes.
And what comments did you see?
About my breasts, my overly Botoxed face. Miss Despain posted a picture of me in a Barbie costume that I wore for Halloween. They commented about my appearance there as well.
And how do you know they were Ms. Despain's followers?
Because she interacted a lot with them.
And when you say interacted, describe that a bit more for me.
She would reply to their comments. She would like their comments. There was a lot of back and forth between her and her followers. She was heavily involved in her social media accounts.
And all of these arguments took place over social media?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you ordered the flags on May 16th, did you know when they would be delivered?
No, Project Rainbow does not give you a date of delivery. They just give you an order confirmation, and they say they will be delivered before June because that's when Pride Month starts.
Do you recall when the flags were delivered?
I do.
What?
It was May 28th,
And
2023.
how did you learn about the flags being delivered?
Miss Despain posted about it.
What did she say?
She posted a picture of the volunteers that were delivering the pride flags and posted my name along with the volunteers that were delivering the pride flags and said that I was terrorizing her family.
Did you try and hide that the flags were from you?
I did not.
After the original post about the pride flags, did Ms. Despain continue to post about you?
She did.
What did she say?
She continued to post about the pride flag, saying I was mocking her for her religion, and then it started to take a turn after that.
When you say take a turn, what do you mean?
The conversation was no longer really a debate between two private citizens. She started continually posting about me with the volunteers of the pride flag. She would use my name often in her posts. She would refer to me as either Murray District's PTA president, Hillcrest Junior High's PTA president, or PTA lady, PTA president, and along with images of myself.
And are images of those posts, have those been admitted into evidence today?
They have.
All right. In fact, let's take a look at a few of those. Austin, can I have you pull up Exhibit 10, please? All right. Ms. Awerda, do you recognize Exhibit 10?
I do.
All right. And this appears to be one of the posts that you were referencing earlier?
That is correct.
And how did Ms. Despain characterize your interaction with her?
I was a woman who terrorized her family.
And did you ever actually see Ms. Despain in person?
No.
All right. Austin, let's go to Exhibit 11. All right. Is this another example of Ms. Despain posting about you?
It is.
All right. Do you see the date?
Yes, Sunday, May 28th, 2023 at 4:35 p.m.
All right. And how does Ms. Despain identify you here?
By name, and then there's a tag of Murray District PTA president, again, Hillcrest Junior High PTA president, and a 45-year-old grown woman.
All right. So once again, calling attention to your full name.
Yes, and then behind you can see there's a video with my name as well.
All right. And when you say behind, you're referring to?
Yeah,
kind of
behind like where it's replay, it's a video she posted.
Understood, thank you. Let's go to Exhibit 13. All right, do you recognize Exhibit 13?
I do.
And this appears to be a post by Ms. Despain.
That's correct.
Looks like this is a little bit later in time on the same day, May 28th.
That's correct.
All right, and here, go ahead and read that, those first two paragraphs.
Jennifer Sula Warda is an angry white woman who spends hundreds of thousands of dollars on your plastic surgery, facelift, Botox, fake teeth, designer clothing, etc. You are the poster child of white privilege. Look at you using all of your money to brag about, to bully those who believe differently than you. You are the poster child of white privilege. And yet you act like you stand for the oppressed of our society.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, your name here, Jennifer Sula Alwerda, pardon me,
Yes.
is black. Do you
Yes,
see that?
I
What does
do.
that mean?
It means I was tagged in the post.
So this was directed at you.
Yes, I received notification of the post because I was tagged in it.
All right, so is this just one of the examples of her attacking your personal appearance?
Yes, just one.
All right, you can go ahead and take that down. In your mind, did Ms. Despain attempt to draw a connection between you and PTA president?
Yes, because she often would put my name and then followed it by Hillcrest Junior High's PTA president, Murray District PTA president, PTA lady. Yes.
And so the identification of what type of PTA president, did that change?
Sorry, I don't
Let
understand.
me ask it differently.
Okay,
So
thank you.
when Ms. Despain would refer to you as the PTA president,
Yes.
did it change from junior high PTA president to something different?
Yes, so she would often, first it was Hillcrest Junior High's PTA president, and then she generalized it to be Murray District PTA president, which then one would assume that it's just the PTA president over the whole district.
Was that accurate?
No, it was not. It was never accurate. I was never PTA president.
All right, so we saw some of those comments in Exhibit 13, later in the evening on May 28th.
Correct.
And at some point in time, did you decide to block Ms. Despain?
I did. As of later that evening, on Sunday, May 28th, I ended up blocking her.
So as of May 28th, you blocked Ms. Despain?
Yes, that's correct.
Prior to that, did you tell Ms. Despain that you were going to stop engaging with her?
Yes, I told her I would stop engaging with her and that any further engagement would be through my attorneys.
Okay, and so as of May 28th, you followed through with that and blocked her?
Yes, I did.
All right, why did you block her?
Because I noticed that the discussion was no longer about just disagreements within the school district. It started to, her posts got more and more frequent. And then at that time when she would tag me, I'd receive notifications and I would get unprompted private messages from followers of her calling me a waste of breath, a waste of space, telling me I deserve to die. And I started to get death threats and unsolicited phone calls to my home.
When you blocked Ms. Despain, what did you think would happen?
I thought it would end. I thought it would just stop. I thought she would just get the idea that, like, you know, we're done with this discussion, there's no more discussing this, and we would move on from that discussion.
Did it stop?
On my end, yes. On her end, no.
What did she do?
She continued to post about me. She still continues to post about me.
Did her followers post about you?
Oh, often, yes. One of her witnesses actually did, Nicole Solis.
How did you know if you had blocked her?
Other social media accounts. I had friends and family reach out to me saying, April continues to post about you, and that they were concerned. My neighbors reached out to me and were concerned. I had private people that I didn't even know that had followed her on Instagram or Facebook, messaged me privately and saying, hey, I just want to let you know that Ms. Despain is continuing to post about me and about you, and I'm concerned.
So after May 28th, did you have any more direct involvement with Ms. Despain?
I did not know.
Did you post about her?
I did not know.
Aside from engaging counsel, did you communicate with her?
No, I did not. I haven't to this day.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at Exhibit 7. All right, Austin, if I can have you highlight that top portion, please. All right. Can you go ahead and read the first paragraph, please, Ms. Despain, or Ms. Alwerda? I told you what happened. My apologies.
No worries. Yes, it says, update. Jennifer Sula-Warda, PTA president in Murray School District, has informed me, after relentlessly bullying me and my husband, that from now on, all of her communications to me and my family will be through her attorney.
So was this Ms. Despain acknowledging your statement that communications would go through your counsel?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, Austin, let's go to 117. All right, let's grab the top part, and let's do actually the first half.
First half of the top part?
No, so the first half of the page. My apologies. All right, Ms. Alwerda, did you recognize this post?
I do.
I believe you'd mentioned a Barbie outfit post.
That's it.
Is this the one?
That's correct.
All right, and can you tell me the date of this post?
May 29th.
All right, and can you go ahead and read that first paragraph, please?
PTA President Jennifer Sula-Warda in Murray School District has finally realized her mistakes and blocked me after coming onto my page to relentlessly terrorize me, my husband, and our family. It accumulated in her sending 7 pride flags to be staked in our front yard without our permission. The story is going national.
Thank you. And so here, once again, we've got her identifying you in 2 ways.
Yep.
And how has she identified you here?
PTA President and by my name.
All right. It says, it uses another one of those words. It says terrorizes me. Once again, you'd not met with Ms. Despain in person.
I had not known.
And here she describes it as coming onto her page to terrorize her.
That is correct.
All right. At this point, as of May 29th, this is Ms. Despain acknowledging that you had blocked her. Is it
Yes,
not?
that is correct.
You can take that down, Austin. At some point in time, did the police come to visit you?
Yes, they did.
Do you recall when that happened?
Yes, I believe it was May 29th.
Well, go ahead and describe what happened for me.
So Ms. Despain, the police officers came to our home saying that Ms. Despain had filed something with the police department and that they needed to come discuss the discussions that had been happening between Ms. Despain and I, and that I had sent the pride flags. And they stated that no more communication could happen between Ms. Despain, whether it be in person, on any social media account, or there would be criminal charges brought against either myself or Ms. Despain at the time, and that they came to my house first and then would go notify Ms. Despain of the same thing.
How did you respond?
I stopped posting.
In fact, you'd already stopped posting, hadn't you?
I had stopped the day before.
How did Ms. Despain respond?
She posted a video of the police officers coming to her home.
Did she continue to post about you?
Yes, she did.
Did she continue to post about you by name?
Yes, she did.
All right. Now, are you familiar with the Daily Caller?
I am now.
All right. Were you before this case?
Never had heard of them.
How did you become familiar with the Daily Caller?
Because Ms. Despain posted about me with an article with the Daily Caller.
Do you recall where Ms. Despain posted about the Daily Caller?
Yeah, she posted on her Facebook, her Instagram, and Twitter account.
All right. Now, we've looked at a couple of different images. Did you see those posts at the time they were made by Ms. Despain?
I did.
Were you monitoring her account?
Heavily, yes,
And why?
because she would not stop posting.
Were you
And-
concerned?
Yeah, the reason why I was concerned is that's when I started to receive numerous death threats, is when she posted the article from the Daily Caller.
Okay. Let's go ahead and put up Exhibit 17, please. All right. Ms. Alwerda, do you recognize Exhibit 17?
I do.
And this appears to be a Facebook post?
It does.
All right. And go ahead and read what has been posted here.
It's dated May 30th, 2023. The bullying my family has endured by Murray PTA President Jenna Warda has become national news.
All right.
And then there's a point
There's
down
a finger
emoji.
pointing down, right? And we'll scroll down to the second page. And what was posted there?
The article to the Daily Caller.
All right, and you see there directly under Ms. Despain's name, there's a blue highlighted words.
Yes.
What do you recognize that as?
That's the link to the Daily Caller article
All right.
that she posted on her Facebook account to draw her followers to that article.
All right, so that was on Facebook, is that right?
Yes.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 110, please. Oh, and it looks like this is a similar image, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Oh, sorry. Let's go to Exhibit 18. My apologies. All right, Ms. Alberto, do you recognize this post?
I do.
And it appears to be a post on Instagram.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And what is this post?
A post about the article that she posted to the Daily Caller.
All right. It looks like it has an image of the article's name.
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, does Instagram permit hyperlinks?
No, they do not. You're not allowed to post a link on Instagram.
All right. Let's move over to the right-hand side. Austin, if you can highlight the right-hand side, the comment section, please. All right. Can you see that?
I can.
All right. Ms. Alwerda, go ahead and read the first three paragraphs posted by Ms. Despain.
PTA president in We Are Murray, Utah, Murray City School District, Jennifer Sula-Warda, is now national news for her relentless bullying of my family due to our religious beliefs. Check out the story on @DailyCaller. I also shared it on Twitter and Facebook. I'm grateful for the publicity. In a free country, no one should have to endure bullying from the public school system for their religious beliefs. And I believe that's a fist punch emoji. 3 times.
All right. Were you a part of the public school system?
Other than my son attending the school district, no.
You had no official role with Murray School District.
No, I did not.
All right. Now, there you can see in the second paragraph, well, I guess the first paragraph, there's highlighted in blue at We Are Murray, Utah. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What do you understand that to be?
That to be their Instagram account.
And if someone were to click on that, what would happen?
It would take you to their Instagram.
Okay, let's go paragraph 2. It looks like something similar to the Daily Caller.
Yes, it's at Daily Caller. That's there. If you click on that, it takes you to the at Daily Caller Instagram.
All right, and if you were to click on that at Daily Caller, what would happen?
It would redirect you to the at Daily Caller's Instagram account, where oftentimes when it's a non-private account or like obviously a news source or a business, it would take you to images, and at the top they would have links to articles, or oftentimes there's a picture since they can't provide links, and you would click on that picture.
Did you actually see this post on or around May 30th, 2023?
I did.
Did you click on the link?
I did.
And where did it take you?
To the at Daily Caller's Instagram.
Did you see the article there?
I did.
Did you read the article?
Sure did.
Did you look at the comments?
I did.
And what did you see when you started looking at the comments?
That's where I saw numerous death threats made against me and my family.
For example, what do you recall seeing?
Someone saying that they should have me go running and shoot me in the back, have an AR-15 pointed at me, come to my home and hang me in my front yard. They posted our home address, telephone numbers, saying someone should make an example out of me. Those are just some of the death threats I received, just some.
And did you capture images of those comments?
Sure did.
And would those be the images that are in Exhibits 37 through 51?
Yes.
All right. Did you view those comments as threatening?
Absolutely.
How come?
Who wouldn't? Someone said they were going to come to my home and hang me by my neck in my front yard. I have a 12-year-old son. Not one time did she ever comment and say for someone to take it down. Not one time. She just let them leave it there. She modded her accounts numerous times, and not one time did she ever say, hey, that's kind of getting out of hand. She commented on the other ones, clown, or if she agreed with someone's statement, she would comment on those. But not one time did she ever say, you know what, that's got out of hand. She has a child. She's a mother. Not one time.
Now, let's take a step back here, Ms. Alwerda. These are just comments posted on social media, aren't they?
You would think so, but they're not.
Was there
I wouldn't be
anything,
sitting here if it was just a comment.
was there anything else that was happening in real life to you and your family?
Yes, we had people driving past our home at reckless speeds through our quiet Murray City neighborhood. We had someone call our home, state our address, state my name, and said, "Jennifer, I hope you're home. We're coming for you."
Well, and you mentioned a few moments ago that someone had posted your phone number online?
Yes, it was actually my husband's phone number, but yes.
All right. What about your family's address?
Yes, my home address was posted.
All right. And you mentioned one of the phone calls that you received?
Yes, I did.
All right, let's go ahead and take that one down. Austin, let's put up Exhibit 52, which we'll play for you. This is one of the media exhibits.
Hi, Jennifer. Back to 761 South Everett Lane, Utah, 84107. We'll be stopping by. Hope you're there.
Is that the voicemail that you were referencing a few moments ago?
It is?
Do you recognize that address?
Yes, it's my home.
Did you know who this caller was?
I did not know.
Was the number blocked?
Yes, it was. It was an anonymous number.
Is that the only phone call you received?
Unfortunately not.
In total, how many calls do you think you received?
Numerous.
More than 5?
Absolutely.
More than 10?
I don't believe more than 10. No, I don't
So
recall.
somewhere between 5 and 10.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, before you had engaged with Ms. Despain, had you received any voicemails or phone calls like this?
I had not, no.
All right, you mentioned that people were driving by your home. Explain that a little bit more.
So a couple of times I saw people drive past my home and stop in front of my home and take pictures. My husband and I were home one day and we saw this car, because we're in the front of the neighborhood, a car drive speeding through our neighborhood, so Nate and myself ran outside to wave them down, and we were able to wave them down, and Nate asked them what they were doing, and there was a passenger in the passenger seat. He took a picture, and the driver of the car mumbled something and then sped off and didn't answer our question.
Did you have people, I guess let me back up. Describe for me your neighborhood. Is it a through street?
It is not a through street. It's a very quiet street. That's not a thoroughfare. It's not where people drive through to get to a main street. It's very, very quiet. We actually had neighbors start a neighborhood watch group for us because they were concerned about our life. We had neighbors put up 24-hour surveillance signs throughout our neighborhood. They put traffic cones to direct traffic so that they would have to slow down. So if anybody came through the neighborhood that we did not see, that some of the surveillance cameras on people's Ring doorbells or Nest cameras would capture them driving through our neighborhood.
Now, how did these events impact your family?
They impacted us dramatically. Like I said, at the time I had a 12-year-old son. He was terrified to drive with me in a car. He asked if I was going to get shot as I was driving. He asked if he couldn't drive with me. He asked if someone was going to come home and murder me. He wouldn't sleep in his bed. I had Nate work from home numerous times. We actually left the state for quite some time in fear that we would have people come to our home and murder me. Like, how do you tell your 12-year-old son when your primary job is to protect them? Ms. Despain has children, and I know as a mother, her number one priority is to protect her children.
Now, once again, had you had any events like this happen before in your life prior to your engagement with Ms. Despain?
No, I've never received a death threat. I've never had people drive past my home. I've never had people come by and take photos of my home. Never, not one time.
Did you receive any direct threats?
Yes, I had people private message me saying that they were going to make an example out of me, that I hope that they would make me look like the Bud Light campaign, that, like I said, they were going to hang me from my neck.
And would some of those direct messages you got, would those be in the documents that have been submitted in evidence today?
They are.
All right. Based on your experience, did you observe any connection between these events and Ms. Despain's posts?
Absolutely, it was almost instantly. When she would post, I'd get an uptick in private messages on my Instagram and my Facebook accounts, people trying to message me. That's when the death threats would start, as she would post, and then I would see the death threats on the comment section, and like I said, private messages would come through.
Did you continue to be tagged by Ms. Despain's followers?
I did.
And how did you learn of that?
From social media. I had family members, like I said in my earlier testimony, notify me. I had private citizens notify me. We had people watching for us because she blocked myself and Nate at the time. And so we had other members, we had other accounts we would use so we could monitor them because I feared for my safety.
At some point, did you get the police involved?
I did. We called the police a couple of times. We called the police once, received the phone call, and that someone was coming by. Officer Jessup came by our home and took statements and took evidence from the images I captured from the death threats that were on the Daily Caller's Facebook account. And he filed a report. And then they had to come by again to console our son.
And why was that?
Because Jack was terrified. He didn't feel safe to be in our home. He didn't feel safe to be around me. He didn't feel safe to be around Nate. He just wasn't safe. How do you not take death threats like that serious? I mean, we live in a day and age where online social media things occur. You have people threatening to kill the President of the United States. You have to take every threat serious.
So at this point, your plan to disengage with Ms. Despain, had it worked?
Apparently not, no.
And what do you say partly not? What do you mean?
She continues to still post. That's kind of her pattern.
Did she continue to post about you by name?
She did.
Did she continue to include images of you?
She did.
Did she continue to refer to you as the PTA president?
She did.
Now, you had previously told Ms. Despain that you'd be speaking with her through counsel. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you hire counsel?
I did.
And what did they do?
They sent her a cease and desist.
All right. Did you authorize them to send the cease and desist?
I did.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Exhibit 4, please, Austin. And I will have you highlight the top third. Just down through the first two paragraphs, please. Perfect. Ms. Despain, is this the demand letter that you had your prior counsel sent to Ms. Despain?
It is, yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at the second paragraph. Would you mind go ahead and reading that second paragraph?
Because of your post, my client has received hateful death threats by the dozen. We have all the hateful death threats and posts from your supporters. Further, unknown callers are calling my client, citing her home address and saying they're coming to her home. We respectfully request that you cease and desist from further incitement against my client. People can respectfully disagree about public issues without being shamed, mocked, or having their lives threatened. Violence is never the answer. Your posts reflect incredible hate and lack of maturity.
Thank you. Why did you have your counsel inform her of the death threats? And by her, I'm referring to Ms. Despain.
Because I'd received them, and I thought if she knew that a mother was receiving death threats, that she would stop. She would just stop commenting about me, stop posting about me, stop tagging my name, ask her followers to stop commenting about me.
Is that the same reason you let her know about the unknown callers?
Yes, that is.
And
I thought maybe she would notify her followers that I was receiving death threats, since she would see them on the comments, since she was so heavily active reading her comments, that she would ask them to stop. She would stop the incitement of the violence that I was receiving.
you go ahead and take that down. Did Ms. Despain respond to the demand letter?
Oh, yes, she did.
How so?
By posting it on her social media accounts.
Did she attempt to contact you about the demand letter?
She did not.
Did she have counsel attempt to contact you?
No.
Did she reach out to find out whether the death threats were real?
She did not. No.
And I think you've already testified as to what she did. She posted about it, right?
Yep.
All right,
And mocked them.
Let's go to Exhibit 60, please. All right, if you can grab that top half.
Oh, sorry. Say that again. You want me to read? Oh, sorry. I got
Yep,
it.
you're good.
Sorry.
All right, do you see the date of this post?
Yes, June 5th.
All right, is this the post you were referring to earlier about Ms. Despain?
It is.
All right, what's going on here?
She's commenting about the cease and desist I had my previous counsel send.
And here, she comments, obviously. Do you see anything here that you disagree with that is stated?
Yes, she is referring again to myself as being PTA president and said that I was bullying her for her religious beliefs, and then says, bring it on.
All right. Did you view that as a conciliatory tone?
No.
Did you believe that Ms. Despain would stop posting about you at this point?
I did not.
Did you have hope that she would?
Yeah, I had a hope. There's always, yeah, as a mom, you would hope that she would realize that, I mean, she got notified that there was death threats. I would assume that if one was being notified that another citizen was receiving death threats because of hateful comments being made on their social media account, that that would entice a person to actually stop doing something.
But that didn't happen in this case?
It did not, no.
What did Ms. Despain continue to do?
Continued to post about me.
You can take that down. Remind me, how long was your online engagement with Ms. Despain?
Approximately 5 days.
All right. Sounded like it began on May 23rd,
It did.
and you had disengaged by May 28th?
I had, yes.
All right. That last exhibit we looked at was June 5th, is that
Yes,
correct?
that is correct.
All right. And did Ms. Despain continue to post about you?
That's correct.
Did she continue to be interviewed about you?
She did.
Would she post copies of those articles online?
She did.
As you sit here today, can you think of any interviews or articles that she published on her social media pages?
Yes, there was, to my knowledge, one, and I'm not familiar with this news organization, Reed Lyon. She went on to do podcasts, I believe, with Midnights with Mormons, and I believe the Cougar Chronicle. But I could be wrong on the name of the Cougar Chronicle, but it was another Mormon podcast.
Did she mention you by name in these publications?
She did.
Did she call you the PTA president?
She did.
All right. Did she post about them across her social media accounts?
She did.
Did you continue to get threats, calls, and drive-bys when these were posted?
Yep, I did. It almost, like I said in my previous testimony, almost instantaneous. Anytime she would post, I'd get tagged, I'd get an onslaught of private messages, and then the death threats would come again.
Now, in the demand letter, you'd asked Ms. Despain to cease and desist within 2 days.
Yes,
All right. Did Ms. Despain comply?
she did not.
Did she make any more comments about the demand?
She did. She mocked it.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 62, please. And let's grab that top half, please. All right, Ms. Alwerda, here, can you tell me the date of this post?
June 23rd?
And we didn't quite capture the name, but is this a post by Ms. Despain?
It is. I can see it behind. So yes, it is.
All right. What is going on here?
She's giving her followers an update.
And what is that update?
Murray School District, Utah PTA President Jennifer Awarda has harassed my family online and sent 7 pride flags to be staked in our front yard simply because of our religious beliefs don't align with the LGBTQ beliefs. She's threatened to sue me if I don't remove my post about it and apologize to her. She gave me 2 days to comply. Naturally, I refused. I've waited patiently, but no lawsuit yet. And then a clock emoji.
So here we are approximately, 18 days after the demand letter was first posted about.
Yes, that's correct.
Had you hoped that Ms. Despain would stop posting about you?
Yes.
Had you done anything to prod Ms. Despain?
No, I stopped posting about her on the 28th.
Had you tried to contact her in any way?
Yes, I hired counsel to send a cease and desist letter.
Aside from through counsel? had
No,
you-
I did not have any further contact with her
All right. Now...
because I
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
took into account what the police officer had said with who came to my home.
All right. You can go ahead and take that down. So we saw June 23rd. Did Ms. Despain continue to post about you?
She has.
And did she make any comments about your allegation of having received death threats?
She did.
All right, awesome. Let's take a look at Exhibit 70, please. All right, do you recognize Exhibit 70?
I do.
And what is it?
It's, I believe it's an Instagram post replying to one of her followers, Monster Clock.
And do you see the date there?
Yes, it's at 7:54 p.m. on June 30th of 2023.
So here we're about a week after the last post we just saw.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, go ahead and read what that says.
Right? When and where did this happen to the PTA lady? She's never shared a shred of evidence corroborating her claims. I wonder why. Thinking emoji.
Now, this came after the demand letter,
Yes.
didn't it?
Almost a month after, yes.
And do you dispute that you've not provided evidence of your claims?
I provided evidence that my counsel said we sent a cease and desist letter.
How do you view this tone?
Mocking and saying that she doesn't really think that the cease and desist letter and what the previous counsel suggested about my death threats were true.
And did she continue to mock you about the death threats?
She did.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 71, please. All right, do you recognize Exhibit 71?
I do.
This appears to be another post by Ms. Despain.
Yes, it's her replying to another follower.
And what's the date there?
It is July 1st, 2023 at 10:41 a.m.
So a follow-up to the one we just looked at.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, go ahead and read that for us.
Glee. No, I think it's devastating for anyone to receive death threats. But as far as I'm aware, the PTA president never actually received any death threats. She's never shown any evidence of them. Anyone can pretend to get death threats to play victim.
Had you received death threats on or before July 1st, 2023?
I had.
Were those the ones that were referenced in the demand letter?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, you can go ahead and take that down. So we're here as of July 1st, 2023, and Ms. Despain is still posting about you.
That is correct.
What did you decide to do?
I hired other counsel.
And what did you decide to pursue legally?
Civil stalking injunction.
Was a civil stalking injunction issued?
Yes, a temporary one, yes.
All right. Is that temporary stalking injunction still in place to your understanding?
It is.
Now, when you got the civil stalking injunction, what were you trying to do? What was your goal?
To have her stop posting about me. That's been the same goal I've had since I first sent this, the cease and desist. Just stop posting about me. She can continue to post about the LGBTQ community, her disdain for the teachers that welcome anyone in her classrooms that might identify as that. I'm just asking her to stop posting about me.
Did you just want to be left alone?
Yes.
Do you still just want to be left alone?
Yes.
Do you know if Ms. Despain was served with a copy of the stalking injunction?
She was,
And how do you know that?
because she posted about it.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 27. All right, if I can have you grab the top half of that. All right, Ms. Elwer, did you recognize this post?
I do.
Go ahead and tell me what it is.
It's April posting about her donation site, her campaign to raise money to help pay for her lawyers to obviously defend herself against the civil stalking injunction.
Go ahead and read the first sentence of the post.
I'm being sued by Murray School District, Utah, PTA president, in effort to silence my free speech about teachers promoting LGBTQ flags and curriculum in Murray's public schools.
So it looks like you were promoted to Murray School District PTA president at this point.
Yes, unbeknownst to me, though.
Here it makes reference to silence your free speech. Do you see that?
I do.
Was that your goal?
No.
Is any portion of the stalking injunction that you've sought to try and silence her free speech?
No, it is not.
You can take that one down. Did Ms. Despain keep posting about you after this July 8th post?
She did.
Do you know how many times?
Dozens of times. I couldn't give you an exact amount, but dozens.
In total, following the visit by the police, approximately how many times did Ms. Despain post about you or mention you by name?
Dozens and dozens of times. I couldn't give you an exact number because it was so frequent.
And we saw that post was July 8th.
That's correct.
Did Ms. Despain continue to post about you in the coming days?
She did.
All right, let's take a look at Exhibit 31. All right, and we don't need to zoom in on this one, but this appears to be dated July 13th. Can you see that, or do we need to zoom in?
I can see that, yes.
Okay, so is that accurate, July 13th?
Yes, it is.
All right, it looks like this is another update on the Give, Send, Go,
That is true.
and it references, who does it reference? Maybe Austin's pull it up, yeah, just so we can see a little bit better, the first half. All right, so go ahead and read that first paragraph.
Hey guys, my so-called grift is up and running. I have an amazing attorney defending my free speech. If you value free speech, feel free to donate to my cause. All proceeds will go to my attorney. Link in the comments.
All right, did you view this as posting about the ongoing civil stalking injunction?
I did.
All right, Austin, take that down and put up 32, please. All right, and let's grab the top half through the image. All right, what do you recognize this as being, Ms. Alberta?
Another post about me.
And do you see the date there?
Yes, July 13th. That's looks like 6:31 p.m.
All right, and here it looks like there is a post to an article.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if you look out of the zoom in and just on the side, you can see, is this that Lion article you mentioned earlier?
Yes, it is.
All right, and who's posting this?
Ms. Despain.
And on the left-hand side there, is that an image of you?
It is.
All right, so this is after she was served with the stalking injunction,
Yes,
and she continued to post images of you.
that's correct.
All right, let's go take that down and go to Exhibit 33. Oh, actually, pardon me, did I go to 32 already? Yeah, let's go ahead and pull up 33.
We're at 33, you want 32?
Yeah, so highlight it a little bit, please. Yeah, the top half. All right, so here, continued posting by Ms. Despain about you.
That is correct.
All right, once again, an image with a link to the article that has an image of you.
That is correct.
All right, and then people commenting about you, is that right?
Yep, that is correct.
All right, let's take that one down, Exhibit 34. All right, and I would highlight this, but it looks like we've got, let's highlight the top half first, and let's go to the bottom post. All right. Ms. Alberta, do you recognize these posts?
I do.
All right, and who posted these?
Miss April Despain.
Do you see the date?
I do, July 13th.
All right. Once again, are those images of you?
They are.
Is it posted just once?
No, it is not. It's posted 3 times.
All right, let's go down to the third image. Just take a look at it so we can see, so you can clearly see. So here we go. Once again, she's posting about the article.
That is correct.
And did you read the Lion article?
I did.
Did she reference you by name there?
She did.
Did she call you the PTA president?
She did.
All right, and then she posted an image of you here again.
That is correct.
All right, let's go ahead and take that one down. Do you believe Ms. Despain was targeting you?
I do.
Why?
because she continued and continues to reference me by name, my full name, referring to me as PTA president, what is not true, and that is her pattern. She is relentless. She's relentless. She's done it to me, she's done it to others within the district, she does it now in the state she lives in. She is relentless. I will give her that. She is relentless. She has no end to her, as we've seen in her witness statements, right? To Nicole, till the day I die. Till the day I die, she will continue to mock me.
Has the posting, aside from what you've previously talked about, has the posting impacted you personally?
Oh, very much so.
How so?
Like I said in my further statement, my testimony, I've received numerous death threats. Anytime there's an uptick, when we served her the cease and desist, when we sent her the temporary stalking injunction, we left the state for our safety, for our son's safety. I've sought therapy. My husband sought therapy. All the while, like I had to get a special sign off from my therapist to donate my kidney. Like, it's just, your whole life changes when you receive death threats.
Now, at some point in time, did you meet Ms. Despain or see Ms. Despain face-to-face after the stalking injunction was issued?
I did.
When was that?
I believe it was January 11th of 2024.
Go ahead and tell me what happened.
I attended a state school board meeting, and Ms. Despain attended that school board meeting as well.
Describe how you saw Ms. Despain.
I was sitting in front of Monica Wilbur, and Miss Monica, there was an empty seat next to me, and April Despain came into the room, and Monica, who was her friend, pointed to the seat next to me and said, "April, sit here." April was at the end of my row, and I turned to Monica and said, "She can't sit there." Monica asked why, and I said, "Because she has a temporary stalking injunction against her. She can't be in the same room as me." And so April stood there, and then she ended up sitting a couple rows behind me.
About how far away was she from you?
Me to the clerk, maybe. Same side of the room.
Did she stay for the entire meeting?
She did.
Did she attempt to talk to you?
She came to the row. She didn't say anything to me, but she looked at me. Like I'm looking at her now. She knew who I was. Monica knew who I was. And yet Monica and they talk. They knew exactly what I was talking about. April did not leave. I didn't ask April to leave because it was public. I didn't ask her to leave because it was a public concern. It was a state school board meeting.
Did it concern you seeing her?
Oh, absolutely.
How come?
Because I've received death threats because of her. I don't know her personally. I don't know what her intentions are. I don't know what her followers' intentions are, other than to continue to be mocked and make an example out of me. I know that. I know she's going to do it until the day she dies. That's what she stated in evidence.
So you're concerned about her continuing to post about you?
Absolutely.
Do you think she'll stop?
No, I do not. She hasn't. Police officers have come by. She's been sent a cease and desist letter. She has a temporary stalking injunction, and yet here we are today, a year and a half later.
And she continues to post about you?
She does.
Now, Ms. Alert, a few final questions, and thank you so much for your time. Do you hold any public office?
I do not.
Have you ever held any public office?
I have not.
Have you ever run for school board?
I have not.
Aside from being a PTA president for an elementary school at Murray School District, have you held any other PTA positions at Murray School District?
I have not, no.
All right. So in your estimation, are you just a private citizen?
I am.
All right. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Do we want to take a break, or do you want to just get right into it?
Yes, Your Honor, can we take a quick break?
Yeah, we'll take 5 minutes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you need to exhibits, we're happy to assist.
Oh, you
Just
guys
let
might-
pull it up.
No,
Yeah,
no
that's
problem.
totally fine. Just let me know.
Just because it might make things a little bit more smooth.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we're back on the record in 230904766. Ms. Huerta, you understand you're still on the road?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Mr. Mulroney?
Ms. Huerta, just first, you claimed during your testimony that my client posted a photo of your son, right?
I claimed that there was a post of my son on her account, yes.
Okay, do you,
I've never said that she posted it, no.
and do you have, can you point us to it in your exhibits?
I'd have to thumb through the evidence. I don't know if my... I'm not aware of where it would be at.
So, do you know if you submitted an exhibit showing a post of your son?
I believe it was removed. I'm not sure. I provided it to my counsel, yes.
Okay.
I'm more than happy to pull it up for you if you'd like.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can come back to that, but we would like to see
Okay.
it, sir. If you could turn to Exhibit 53.
In your book, there isn't a 53.
It's in your book. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're 1 through 100. That's the other, the black binder.
It's up on the screen.
Oh, great. It's up on the screen. Never mind. I won't even look through it. Okay, yes.
Okay. Now, you submitted this exhibit as an example of stalking, correct?
I put this into evidence as evidence that she continued to post about me, yes.
Okay. And this is a post from May 28th of 2023, correct?
That is correct.
And this post included a video, right?
I don't know if this one does because it doesn't have the little video icon, but yes, there was an image that we posted, that she posted that had the video. Yes, I'm not saying that this is the exact one, but yes, there is one that we provided into evidence that does have the video.
Okay. Can you guys play Exhibit 144?
You bet.
Yeah, it looks like we don't have that. I'm sorry, God.
Oh.
My apologies.
Your Honor, I put it on the thumb drive. Am I not going to be able to play it?
Not on any of my computers,
Okay.
but do you have a computer?
I have a computer, yes, Your
You can play it on that?
Honor. Okay.
Or
I
Okay.
have it on my computer.
Okay.
I don't know how to do it. I apologize.
You can plug it into, there should be a HDMI cable that pops up out of that, behind the,
Are you able to do it? Okay.
Is this on?
yeah, if you plug that into your computer.
It's the video of,
Okay, why don't you play it? Well, thanks for your indulgence.
It'll be okay. Your Honor, while that's going through, I thought we had stipulated through 141. Did we stipulate beyond 141 on exhibits? I just wanted to make sure I had my notes correct, because I may have taken it down incorrectly.
Oh.
I wrote down 100 to 141.
Okay, that's what I had as well.
Well, do you guys object to it?
I don't, but I think that's why we don't have it. And
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Your Honor, so can we amend the stipulation to include 144? We'll play it. You guys already have a copy of it. And I apologize,
And
Your Honor.
you guys know what it is?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and there's no objection?
No, no,
Okay,
Your Honor.
then, 144 is part of the stipulation and will be admitted.
And then also, can we also include, sorry, Your Honor, can we also do, and then 142, and 142 is the video of the PTA award. Oh, yeah.
Yep, no objection to
Okay,
that one.
So
thank you.
142 and 144 are also admitted then based on the stipulation.
Maybe it doesn't like my Mac was trying to.
It's going to show everything on my computer. Do you have Wi-Fi?
Nate works in IT if you guys need help.
Thanks.
He's a CTO, so he could probably help if you needed.
You know what? Your Honor, can I actually take the thumb drive back for a second?
Yeah.
Maybe that I can, yeah. I apologize.
No problem.
Wait, who did you say?
Jennifer, A-U-W-E-R-D. and then-
Aware?
Can you turn it off? Stop it.
Yeah, we didn't order that.
Okay. But that is someone you know though?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, she ordered you 7 flags.
7, all right.
Remind me of that. Can you say that? What?
Jennifer?
Who was it? Jennifer.
Jennifer Awerda?
I'm not sure. It said A-U-W-E-R.
Yeah, aware.
That's
And she did what?
She ordered 7 for him.
They just ordered flags,
Okay.
so.
All right. So you ordered the 7 pride flags to be staked into my client's yard, right?
I ordered 7 pride flags to be delivered to her home, yes. I never disputed that.
Okay. And so you you had people trespass onto my client's property.
No, I did not.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Do we need to use the word trespass?
You had people go onto my client's property without her permission to stake pride flags, correct?
I ordered 7 pride flags to her home, yes.
Right. And you had and in your you ordered them to have them placed in her yard, correct?
I had them delivered, yes. 7 pride flags delivered to her home, yes. I never disputed that.
Okay. And the point was to have them staked
Delivered
into
to
her
her
yard.
home, yes.
Well, the point was to have them staked into her yard, correct?
They were to be delivered, yes.
When you say delivered, what do you mean?
Delivered. Brought to her home, delivered to her home, just like they were.
Were
Delivered.
they to be staked in her property? Yes or no? Were they to be staked in her yard? Yes or no?
Yes,
Okay. And so you gave my client's address to Project Rainbow, correct?
correct.
Yeah. And you did that without my client's permission.
I didn't ask for her permission, no. I Googled her address.
Okay. And did you have to sign a release with Project Rainbow saying that you have permission to go on my client's property?
No, I just ordered them like ordered them from my home as well.
Okay. And you didn't warn my client that the pride flags would be placed in her yard, correct?
No, I did not.
And you ordered them because you thought my client would find them offensive, correct?
No, I did not.
And you ordered them to be placed, and part of this was to have them delivered to her home so that her neighbors would see that the pride flags were posted in her yard, correct?
No, that's not correct. I
What-
don't know. It was just, like I said in my earlier testimony, it was a joke.
But
I'm
you
not
didn't
aware
know.
if her neighbors would see them or not.
You didn't know my
Delivered them
client.
to her neighbor's home.
But you knew that they would be placed in her front yard, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so her neighbors could see them, is that correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay, and do you think you caused my client emotional distress when you sent people from Project Rainbow to her home to place those flags in her yard?
No, because at the time when I ordered them, I had no idea what her religious affiliation was, other than it was a joke, since she seemed to be quite fond of pride flags since she posted about them. I had no idea her religious affiliation whatsoever. I had no idea it would, quote, terrorize her.
Well, so would you feel emotional distress if people came over to your home and were in your yard without your permission, without your knowledge?
Repeat the question, please.
Would you feel emotional distress if people showed up at your home, you did not know that they were coming, and they started placing things in your yard?
It depends on what they were bringing.
Okay, so now, you're claiming that you suffered emotional distress
Absolutely.
when my client posted Exhibit 53, correct?
I would have to look at Exhibit 53. Is that this exhibit here that you just showed, or are we showing another exhibit? I would need to see the exhibit to answer your question.
Okay, hold on a second.
Is this Exhibit 53 that you're referring to? And repeat your question, please.
So you're claiming now that this post caused you emotional distress, correct?
The continual post, yes, and the death threats that I received because of said post.
All right, but
Not this particular justice post, no.
but
But
this
I'm claiming that the continual post your clients made and the death threats I received because of it, that caused me emotional stress, not just the one post. If it was just one post, we wouldn't be sitting here today, would we?
all right, but this
So I'm not
post
claiming that.
this post was posted in response to you sending pride flags to my client's home, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And now you're claiming that this post should be the basis, or at least one of the bases, for a stalking injunction against my client.
No, not just one post.
But you're
It's multiple posts.
But this is one of the posts that is the basis for the stalking injunction, correct?
Yes, just one of, yes, that's correct. Just one of the posts, but there was numerous posts.
Okay. Can you turn to, can you guys pull up Exhibit 113?
Yes.
Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and so this is a Facebook post by my client with all of the comments, correct?
Not all of the comments, but yes, some comments.
Okay. What do you mean, not all of the comments?
There's 258 comments, and there's only Ms. Despain's comment, and then a gentleman by the name of Tony, and then April's response to that. So that does not equal 258 comments.
Sorry.
So.
There are multiple pages to the exhibit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
not your
there's
fault.
multiple. Okay, then yes, okay. I just saw the first pages.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's not your fault. If you could turn to Exhibit 47.
Exhibit 47 or?
Oh, sorry, page 47.
Oh, page 47?
Yeah,
Okay,
page
just
47
getting-
of Exhibit
Bear-
113.
It only goes from 44 to then 50.
The white binder is where this one is.
Now it's the
If
white
you wanna-
binder,
yeah.
so now I'm here.
Yeah. And then the tab it'll be under is actually 13. So
Thank you.
it'll be like street names in Utah.
One second. You said 13 in yours?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, bear with me one moment, please. Okay, yes, it's the same one that you just had up there.
Okay.
So this is Exhibit 113?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are we referring to?
Or,
It'll be tab 13 in the binder because they didn't have 100s in the thing, but it's like
Oh,
so
it's
this-
like street numbers in Utah. That's what I was-
Okay.
Is this the one you're referring to? It says it's on the
yes.
13th and it has Mr. Smith on the front?
Correct,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
And
just
then if you
making
could
sure.
turn to page 47.
And I believe we have it up on the monitor as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the one? Okay, just making sure.
So just to clarify, any post or any comment in here that comes under your name, so Jennifer Sewell Awarda,
Yes.
that's a comment that you made, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so this is the this comment here is the first interaction that you had with my client on social media, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, can you please read this post?
Yeah, it says, "No wonder you didn't win the school board position. You sit behind your keyboard and rip teachers apart, all the while claiming to be a good member of the LDS Church. You are far from Christ-like. A daughter of God would never treat people like this, and you should be ashamed of yourself."
Okay. Can you now read the third post under that? It starts, "April, you can laugh."
Yeah. "April, you can laugh all you want, but when your own mother-in-law asks you to be reasonable, you decide instead of taking her word for it to heart, you choose to no longer have a relationship with her. Such another great example of being a daughter of our Heavenly Father."
So in these comments, you're mocking my client for losing her school board race, correct?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. You're telling her that she is far from Christ-like, is that correct?
Yes, I did say that.
Okay. You said that as a daughter of God would not treat people like this, and you should be ashamed of yourself, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You're LDS, right?
I am not, no.
Okay. And you publicly raised her relationship with her mother-in-law, is that correct?
It was brought up, yes.
Okay. Now, during your testimony, you stated that your comment was just a general comment that people have issues with their in-laws, is that correct?
That is correct. I do not know any of her family members other than her brother.
So you raised her mother-in-law here just based on everyone you know doesn't have a good relationship with their
I would
in-laws?
say most people do not have a good relationship with their mother-in-laws or in-laws for that matter.
But you said here you choose to no longer have a relationship with her, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right.
But I've never met her mother-in-law. I do not know her mother-in-law's name. I've never met any of her family members.
But did you know information about her relationship with their mother-in-law before you posted that?
I did not know. I've never had communication with any of her family members or anybody that knows any of her family.
Okay. And so you went on her social media and you posted private information about her family, correct?
No, I did not.
All right.
It's in the exhibits we provided today. There is a message, a comment Mr. Spain made about some sexual allegations in between their family. I did not bring up any personal information. I was never made aware of that until Mr. Spain posted about that. As I said in my further statement, I do not know anybody in her family other than her brother.
Okay. And did you ever talk to her brother about my client's relationship with her mother?
No, I have not seen her brother or talked to her brother since I believe it was a junior high. I don't know where he lives, if he lives in the state. I just know him because I attended the same school as he did.
Okay.
But I've never spoken to any of her family, other than in comments from Tony, and then April herself. But I've never had any interaction with any of her family members, inside, outside, social media, anywhere.
And these comments were meant to embarrass her, correct?
Not necessarily, no. I wouldn't say embarrass her.
They were meant to silence her.
No.
Right. What was the purpose of making such personal comments about her?
What comment are you referring to?
So your comment saying you didn't win the school board position, right?
Yes, because that was a fact. She didn't win the school board. So I would assume most people would have known that. It wasn't to mock her. That was a fact. She didn't win the school board.
Okay, and then your comment saying that you are far from Christ-like?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. I made that statement.
That's meant to degrade her faith, correct?
Degrade her what?
Her faith.
No, why would I degrade her faith? My mother is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So is my sister. So is my close family, my friends. I didn't know her religion when I delivered the flags. She brought it up in her comments of being LDS.
You grew up LDS?
I did grow up LDS, yes.
So you understand that...
Absolutely, I understand what being LDS means and what it's like to be a daughter of our Heavenly Father, yes.
Right. And you understand, though, telling someone that they're not a daughter of God or telling someone that they're not Christ-like...
I didn't say she wasn't. I said she wasn't acting like one.
Okay. And you understand, though, as someone in the LDS faith would take that very personally, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
If you know.
Oh, sorry, what?
If you know. You can answer the question.
Say that one more time, please.
You understand that a member of the LDS church would take a comment that they're not a daughter of God or they're far from Christ, like very personally, right?
It depends. I don't know that all parties that are a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints would necessarily take that personal.
When you're commenting on social media, do you often talk about people's in-laws?
It depends on what the situation is. I wouldn't often. I don't. What do you mean by often?
Are there other examples besides this where you've commented on someone's in-laws?
I'm sure there is. I don't have it in evidence if that's what you're referring to, but I mean, I think there's the stereotypical in-laws comments. There's comedians that joke about it, so I think it's pretty prevalent that people have strained relationships with their in-laws.
Yeah. And so when you made those comments and then you did not expect any sort of response from my client.
Never said I didn't expect a response.
Okay. Now, if can you turn to page 48? That is same exhibit, just the next page.
Do we have dates on these comments? Are they the same as the post? Do we know?
I don't think we have dates for all the comments, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you know, are they the same time as the post? The original post, which was May 28th?
The post was May 22nd. She commented on May 23rd.
Oh,
But there's no date, so I guess I couldn't comment to that
Okay.
on the date since it's not provided in your evidence.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just wondering. I didn't see a date, and I didn't know the date.
Okay, so can you made a comment here. It's the second comment on the page. Can you read that comment?
Yes, it says, "Lady, you have a master's degree in being condescending. You suck as a human being and you know it. Go back to your keyboard courage and being a sore loser. Hashtag you lost to Jill Waite."
All right, so telling someone that they have a master's degree in being condescending is meant to embarrass them, correct?
No, it's just to make a comment, not necessarily embarrass her per se.
Okay. Then what was the purpose of it?
To let her know she's condescending. Exactly what I stated.
Okay.
She has a master's degree in being condescending. It was just to let her know I felt like she was being condescending. It wasn't to make her feel any certain way. It was just to let her know I felt like she was being condescending.
Okay, well, telling someone that they suck as a human being could cause them emotional distress, correct?
Depends on how they take it, I suppose.
Okay. Telling someone that they're a sore loser is meant to make them feel bad, right?
I guess they could take it that way, yes.
And these comments are not going to engender a civil discussion, correct?
There was a lot of back and forth in the discussion from myself and Mrs. Spain at the time.
But the comment on the previous page, on page 47, that was your first interaction with my client, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, so at this point, there's been a very limited interaction between the two of you.
At
right?
that point, yes.
Okay. And
Hasn't been sent so.
Okay, but so at this point, it's already gone negative, correct?
I guess it could be interpreted that it's gone negative, yes.
Okay. You've made multiple negative comments about my client.
I've made negative comments about your client, yes, as she has of me. There was a lot of back and forth between two civilians, two private citizens at that time.
Okay. Can you turn to page 50? Same exhibit.
I'm
page
turning
50.
it on here.
All right. Do you see you have this page starts with a comment by you, correct?
Yes, that's correct, and then
Okay.
followed by Mrs. Spain.
Can you read that?
Yep, it says April to Spain. Oh, so you only pick and choose what prophets you want to listen to. Got it. For someone who is trying to age gracefully, you seem to comment on my appearance a lot. Jealousy isn't a good look on you. Maybe you should worry more about repairing your relationship with your in-laws and less about how much I spend.
Okay. First, in this post, my client's name is bolded, correct?
Yes, that's correct, because
Okay.
she's tagged in the post.
Right. Does it mean that you specifically tagged her, or is that what happens when you reply on Facebook?
It depends. Sometimes when you start to type their name as like Jennifer or April or Gowd, it will bring up the link, like a hyper, so if you're friends, it will then obviously bring up the person who you're trying to address in the comment.
Okay.
But I'm not sure on this exhibit here. I'm not sure what your what your question is on this. Yes, it has her name posted, so I was directing the comment to her, if that's what you're wondering.
Okay. So here, you've once again brought up the issue about her in-laws, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and this is a very specific comment about her relationship with her in-laws.
Yes, that's correct.
So, and your claim is you know nothing about that relationship at all?
I know nothing other than what she posted on her own social media account.
And was that posted before you posted this?
I don't recall, no. I'd have to go through and see, but there's no date, so I'm unaware.
Okay, and so...
But I'm not, but like I said, that comment was made, yes.
Okay. And this comment is before you sent the pride flags to my client, correct?
No, technically it's after. I ordered the pride flags on May 16th, and you're stating that this comment was on May 22nd, so it was after.
Okay, yeah, I should have said before they were delivered to her home.
As far as I know, I didn't receive a delivery notice. I only knew when she got them delivered because she posted about them.
Okay. And
assuming that's when the date they were delivered is when she posted about them. But I did not receive delivery notification.
And this comment about, again, her relationship with her in-laws is meant to embarrass her publicly, correct?
No, it is not.
What was the purpose of it?
To let her know that maybe she should stop worrying about the LGBTQ community and doxing teachers. Maybe she should focus on her family instead.
Okay.
Instead of the hate she spews.
What do you mean by supporting the LGBTQ community?
She doesn't support the LGBTQ community or those that support it. It's been made clear on her social media posts.
Okay, but what do you mean? How would she support
Rephrase the question, please.
How would she support the LGBTQ?
She doesn't.
Okay. Can we go to page 1 of this exhibit?
Back to Gabrielle Smith's, this one?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Now, you just said that she was doxing teachers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so this is an example of doxing a teacher to you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you look at the post,
Yes.
the email address provided for Gabriel Smith is his Murray School's email, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's available to the public, correct?
If they wanted to search for it, yes.
Okay.
But you would have to go to either the district page or the school he teaches at's page, web page.
So it's available on the public web page of the school district?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If you could turn to page 51.
And what tab is it?
Same tab.
Same tab?
Same tab.
Can you tell me what page is this? What page is the first page then? Is this 40? There's not labeled of pages. It's
at the top. With the exhibit sticker, it says exhibit
113.1, and you want me to turn to which page?
51. 51, yeah, sorry.
It just says 113 of 07, 113 at 8 of 08, so that's why.
Yeah, so now you would go to 113.51.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
It's on the screen.
Okay, I'll just stick to the screen. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So do you see that you have a comment here at the top, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you start reading that comment at for someone and just read the remainder of it?
For someone that clearly gives two shits about their appearance, you seem to comment a lot about mine. Do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. I'm very comfortable in my own skin, and you continue to comment on it. It doesn't bother me. Also, you can take whatever you want publicly. I'm sure your 46 followers have your back. They are probably all the same 46 people that voted for you.
Okay. Keep reading.
Okay.
A little more.
Defending yourself. Go back under your bridge. The reason you keep bullying our educators is because you know they can't defend themselves, but I can.
Okay. So in this comment, you you told my client that you're comfortable in your skin, correct?
That is correct, and I
Okay,
still
and
am.
Okay, and that she can comment on it and you don't care, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you also said that she looks like she does not give two shits about her appearance, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then if you look at your next comment, it's right under that one. You said, and by the way, I would rather be stiff and puffy than look like I rolled off the set of The Handmaid's Tale. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was meant to, I haven't seen The Handmaid's Tale, so that was meant to insult my client's looks, correct?
It depends if you're offended by the Handmaid's Tale look.
Would you be offended if someone said you look like you were in The Handmaid's Tale?
I mean, I don't really think I have a particular sense of fashion, but I think there's worse comments to be made about someone.
Okay. And so this is again a comment about her looks, correct? Comment.
Yes, there was lots of comments like this back and forth, yes, between the two of us.
Okay. If you could turn to the next page, Exhibit 113, page 52. So this is the next page. Okay. If you look at the top, in your first comment here, you said, "You love to roll in the shit you create. I will keep defending these teachers, so buckle up," correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you stated earlier that you are not employed by the Murray City School District, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You do not have, at this time, you said you did not have any sort of official position with the school district, is that correct?
I never had, other than being PTA president when my son was in elementary school.
Okay. And then you also said that in May of 2023, you were being considered to be the next PTA president, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when did you decide, like what date did you decide to no longer be considered for that position?
I don't recall the exact date. I believe it was somewhere in the beginning of June, though, of 2023.
Okay. So at this time, when you posted this comment, you were being considered to be the PTA president, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And so but you took it upon yourself then to go and to try to defend the teachers, correct?
Yes, as a private citizen, yes.
Okay. If you look at your comment, the next comment you made, right, here you said, you want to read that?
Are you talking better lawyer up now? Is that the one you're referring
Yes.
to? Yes.
Okay. So here, you told my client to lawyer up, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't say why you were going to sue her, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. You did not say that you felt like she was stalking you, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't tell her that you thought she was harassing you, right?
No, I did not.
If you could turn to page 17 of this exhibit.
But to be clear, when I hired counsel, I notified her of that.
You notified her of what?
That I was having a lawyer. When I had the cease and desist letter, I notified her.
Okay.
Because she commented on it.
And you notified her by sending her the letter, right?
Well, I notified her in a post and then sent a cease and desist letter from our previous counsel, yes.
Okay. Okay. Can you read your last comment on this page?
Yes, April. So you continue to post your religious rhetoric, and then you post your creative hashtags of Murray cares, because the difference is Murray actually cares, hence why the people in Murray didn't vote you in.
Okay. So first, you're making a comment about her religion, correct?
Yes. Well, her religious rhetoric, not necessarily a specific comment about her religion, yes.
Okay. And what did you mean by her religious rhetoric?
Her hate towards the LGBTQ community.
Okay. And then you're also mocking her for losing her school board race, correct?
I notified her that she didn't win, yes, that people didn't vote her in.
All right. And this is what, like 6 months, 7 months after she lost the race, correct?
I don't know when she lost the race. I didn't vote in that race.
Okay.
I don't recall the election date, no.
Okay. If you want to go to page 24, same exhibit. Okay, you see that you made a comment at the bottom of the page. Do you see that?
Yes, following Mr. Spain's comment about me, yes.
Okay. Can you read the first sentence of that comment?
Yes, it says, April Wild to Spain, you continue living your life as a bigoted sore loser while teaching your children to be closed-minded, and I will continue to have my child exposed to people from all walks of life and be open-minded educators.
Okay, so you told my client that she's a bigoted sore loser, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then you made comments about her children, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so that would make a person feel bad about themselves, right?
I don't know how it would make her feel.
How did you think she would feel when you posted it?
Like a bigoted sore loser?
Okay. Did you think that she would be concerned about her children? You just said in here that they'll be closed-minded, right?
Well, she has said in her post that she allows her children to sit next to her while she tweets her negative things. I believe there was a comment posted on one of her Facebook or Instagram pages, someone commenting about something about her children, and she says, no, they're sitting right next to me while I type this.
Yeah. And did you submit that comment in exhibits?
I don't know if I did or not. I don't
Okay.
know. I didn't verbatim look over every single shred of evidence in 2 binders.
Okay.
So I couldn't tell you.
Can you turn to page 30 of this exhibit? Okay. You see your comment at the bottom?
Oh, yes.
Can you read that?
It says, April to Spain, yeah, I can tell you haven't had work done.
Okay. And then can you go to page 31 and read your next comment?
Yeah, after she says thank you?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, just making sure. Okay, it says, April Wild to Spain, you really should think about it. I can get you the info of some amazing doctors that could really help you out.
Okay, so again, you're making comments about my client's physical appearance, right?
Yes, there was a lot of back and forth between us, yes, about physical appearance.
All right. But then you also consider these same comments to be the basis for getting a stalking injunction, correct?
No, not the basis, no.
Okay.
The death threats.
All right, so you,
The death threats were the basis of the comment,
Right.
of the civil stalking injunction.
do you claim that these comments caused you emotional distress?
It was the start, yes.
Okay.
But this wasn't the primary. My physical appearance was never the primary basis of a civil stalking injunction.
Okay.
Just to make that clear. It was the death threats I received.
Okay. Then turn to page 32. Okay.
Yep, this is 32,
okay.
I believe.
So here you said, well, if you want to read the sentence that starts, you claim to be, it's in your, I think your, like the fourth comment. You see that?
It's not the first sentence, I'm assuming?
No, it's not the first sentence. It's like in the middle.
Oh, yeah. You claim to be a child of God, but I know many LDS people and non-LDS people that actually act like a child of God. Too bad we can't say the same for you.
Okay. And again, this is a negative comment about my client, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
About her adherence to her faith, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's a public comment, correct?
Yes.
And it's meant to embarrass her, correct?
It's just making a statement about my belief, my opinion on her.
Okay. And it's a very personal comment, right?
Yes, one could take that personal.
Okay. Now let's go to your Exhibit 1. Search binders. Okay, so you recognize this exhibit, right?
Yes, I believe that's the civil stalking injunction.
Okay, this is your request for a civil stalking injunction, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Can you turn to page 2? Okay, so if you look at section 4, this will be in 2 and 3. You have listed events that you say constitute stalking, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And
From the guidance of my counsel.
Okay. And these are all social media posts that you've listed, right?
Where are you referring to?
In that same section, in section 4, where you've listed the various examples of stalking, it goes on to the next page. You have only listed social media posts, correct?
Yes, that was current at the time, but then she showed up at the school board meeting after receiving this. So at the time it was on social media, yes.
So you're claiming that she showed up at the school board meeting to stalk you?
No, I never said that. She showed up at the school board meeting, saw me, had a stalking injunction against her, and did not leave. If I had a stalking injunction against myself and I showed up to the place of the person that had filed that stalking injunction, I would have left because that would be breaking the law.
You would leave a public meeting?
Yes, because I had a stalking injunction and I can't be within, 20 feet of someone? Yes, I would.
Okay.
Because that's the law.
All right, that's your interpretation of stalking injunction, right?
I think that would be most people's. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's see one thing. Can we go to Exhibit 2? All right, and then could you go to page 2? Okay, so this is the stalking injunction, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And can you point me to where it says she can't be at a public meeting where you were there?
Well, it doesn't say a public meeting. It says do not contact. I would think that would mean in-person contact as well, because it doesn't specify not in person.
But she didn't talk to you at that meeting, right?
No, but she was in contact with me. Yes, she was same rows from about me to the clerk or Miss Metler.
All right.
And so no contact.
And were there lots of open seats throughout the meeting for her to sit in?
I didn't look at the open seats, no. I had taken my seat.
Okay. Can we go back to Exhibit 1? Okay. So we were just talking about, back to Section 4, sorry. So page 2 and 3. Yeah. We were just talking about how you listed, all your examples here are social media posts that you claim constitute stalking, correct?
Yes, that the court constituted stalking, yes.
Okay. You did not put any examples of my client showing up to your home, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't put any examples of my client calling you, correct?
No, I did not, but a lot of them are unknown, and I do not have Mr. Spain's telephone number, so I couldn't specifically say if they came from her or not.
Right. But you don't have any evidence that she called you, right?
No, but there were a lot of unknowns at that time, a lot of unknown calls at that time.
Okay. You have no evidence that she told anyone to go to your house, right?
I don't know who she contacted, no.
Okay. You don't have any evidence that she told anyone to call you or to threaten you, right?
No, I do not.
And do you have an example, or actually do you have a list of which of your exhibits would be examples of each of these stalking incidents that you claim in this document?
I believe they were provided in evidence.
All right, so all of these examples of stalking are within this binder, or within the exhibits you submitted for this hearing, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now if you go to page 3, okay, and if you look at...
But to be fair, when the stalking injunction was filed, I have continued to receive death threats and stuff, so they were probably not provided with this exact stalking injunction, because since it's followed this date. I've received more since the 23rd of June.
Okay. So this is true as of the time it was filed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you look at section 4D, so 4D tells to list any evidence you have of stalking, like transcripts, audio tapes, police reports, photos, sworn statements from witnesses, etc., correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so in response, you included a PDF titled April and Followers Harassment Examples 2023-06026, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And then it's followed by a police report.
Okay. Now let's go to, if you go to Exhibit 1 of this document. Okay. And then if you could look at pages 1 and 2. I guess we can start with page 1. Okay. So there are 4 comments on this page, correct?
Yes, just on this page, yes.
Okay. And so you took these screenshots, correct?
I did.
Okay. There are no dates with these death threats, correct?
Not provided, no, on this image, no.
Okay. If you could look, can you guys just quickly flip to Exhibit 11? Sorry. Okay. So this is your Exhibit 11, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you look, there's a little bubble that shows the date of the exhibit, right?
Yes, May 28th, 2023 at 4:35 p.m.
Okay, now let's go back to Exhibit 1. So Exhibit 1, page 1.
111.
Yeah. Okay. Why didn't you include similar dates on this exhibit?
Because I was screenshotting them on my phone, and there was no way to capture the date.
Okay. There's no identifying information about where these death threats were made, correct?
It looks like it was on Facebook.
Okay.
Just based on what it looks, the images provided.
Right. It doesn't identify, though, to whom these comments were being made, correct?
No, other than you can see my, yes, you can actually. If you look at the bubble there, that's the image I had on my Facebook account at the time. It's me and my son at the Pride Festival.
Okay.
So that would identify that it was made to me. Because you can see my image on the bubble there with my son. And that's the same image that was posted about me sexualizing my child.
Okay.
But yes, that's me in that little bubble there in the pictures.
Okay. But
so yes, that does identify that it was on my page.
Okay. But again, in terms of posting the photo of you and your son, it was not you don't have evidence my client did that, correct?
I have evidence that it was posted, yes. I don't know that it was by your client specifically because I didn't state that.
Okay. Now, there's no identifying information showing the original post that these comments are being made to, correct?
Other than my image being shown, I would assume that would be directed to me, yes.
But these were not made on your Facebook page, correct?
No, they're made, I believe, on hers or from the Daily Caller. But you can see that my image is shown.
Okay.
So that would refer to being me that they're making those comments towards.
Okay.
And these are just some of the comments provided. Other ones said the PTA lady.
Okay.
Comments that your client had made previous, referring to me as the PTA president.
Yeah, but I guess why didn't you include the original post that these comments were made on?
Because I was receiving numerous death threats at the time, and I was trying to screenshot them as quickly as possible.
Okay.
But I believe all the death threats I've received has been put into evidence.
All right, but so these comments were actually made in response to a Daily Caller post, correct?
I believe so, yes, that your client posted. Because I never posted the Daily Comment article. Your client did.
And so, so you're saying that these posts were on my client's Facebook?
I don't know where they were at, no. Because I was quickly screenshotting them at the time.
Okay. What number is it on for Okay, so I'm just going to ask this again.
Okay.
So these comments, and I want to actually, let's focus on the one in the upper right-hand corner.
The pop, pop, pop?
The pop, 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 correct,
Okay,
yes.
yes.
Okay, so that comment was posted in response to a post by the Daily Caller about an article about your actions, correct?
That comment was commented on a link that your client provided to the Daily Caller.
Okay, you earlier testified, though, that link
Then
would've-
directed her followers to the Daily Caller article, yes.
You earlier testified that, well, can you point me to the exhibit where the link is?
Yeah, in my previous testimony, my lawyer we posted into evidence the link that April Despain provided to the Daily Caller.
Okay.
It was already provided in evidence, and we showed it on the screen today.
Okay. Back to that in a second.
If we need to, I'm sure they could go back to that if you want.
We'll come back to it in a minute.
Okay.
Okay. I have an exhibit, Your Honor. This would be for, well, okay. I'll present it to the opposing counsel. I'm just going to mark this as 145. I'll give you guys a copy in a second. I can figure it out.
And I think it's trying to understand.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit I'm going to enter, and it looks like opposing counsel is not going to object. So, okay.
That's great, no objection.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. This is 145. And there's no objection?
No objection.
All right, 145 is admitted.
Okay. Right. Do you recognize this exhibit, Ms. Hawarda?
No, I do. I hadn't seen it previously until now.
Okay. So this is the same. This includes the comment pop pop pop, correct?
Yes, but it's 83 weeks ago versus this one was 3 hours ago on the evidence on the screen versus the one here.
Yeah. If you look at, so the one you're looking at now in paper form, Exhibit 145, is a more recent screenshot than what you originally took, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And if you look at this, if you look at the comments above and below the pop pop pop, those match up with your comments in the upper right-hand corner, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So is this where you got those comments from?
Yes, it is.
All right, so these comments were actually posted in response to a Daily Caller Facebook page, correct?
It was on a link from the Daily Caller's website, yes, that your client provided.
But these are social media comments, right?
Correct.
All right, so what you are looking at in Exhibit 145, this is actually the Daily Caller's social media post, correct?
By the appearance, yes.
Okay, and these comments were made to the Daily Caller social media post, right?
Yes, where your client directed people to go.
Okay. Okay, let me, Okay. So the way these are posted on here, these could really be from any social media site, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
If you know.
I don't know.
Okay. There's no identifying information in the posts themselves in your document, correct?
Doesn't appear that way, no.
Okay. And you claimed that these were comments that were made to my client's social media post, correct?
No, I claimed that they were made from a link that she provided her followers to go to direct them to the Daily Caller article that she did to the Daily Caller site. Yes, to their apparently Facebook page. I never once stated that they were made on her account. They were made from a link that she posted to direct her followers on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram to this account.
Okay, and do you have evidence that these people are her followers?
I don't track her followers, no.
Okay. What do you mean when you say followers?
People that look at her account, follow her, whether they follow her as a friend or just, I'm not her friend, but I follow her account because I can. Are we? Or what?
You're good. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Well, can you repeat the question then, since she interrupted?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was trying to understand what you mean when you say follower.
Well, I'm not a follower of April Despain, but I see what she posts. So anybody that can go and look at her account I would consider a follower.
So it could be anybody that looks at the account.
Yeah, it could be anybody.
Okay.
People you interact with back and forth.
Okay. You don't know who actually authored any of these posts, correct?
Other than their names, that obviously,
Yeah.
but for example, Pop 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 was made by Bam Mike 68. I mean, that's how I know who made them.
All right, but you don't know the actual person that actually drafted that? or posted it?
No, and I'm happy to not know them.
Okay. And you don't know what their motivation was to post those, correct?
Other than to threaten my life, no.
Okay. Your claim is that they're in response to my client's social media post, correct?
I'm claiming that they are from a link that your client posted to direct said people to a Facebook page, yes.
Okay. And your claim is that my client encouraged them to make threats against you?
I'm claiming that your client encouraged people to go to that link, yes.
Okay. If we could turn to Exhibit 18. Okay. Is this the post you're talking about in terms of my client directing them to the Daily Caller social media?
One of many, yes. But that's on Instagram and that doesn't provide the link. But if you saw in further evidence, there was one from Facebook that she posted that provided the link, yes.
Okay, so can you turn
And one on Twitter too, as well.
Can you turn to Exhibit 17? And then page 2. Is this the link you're talking about?
Yes, that's one of the links that she posted. She continually posted, but yes, that is one of them.
Okay, and that link is to the Daily Caller's website, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
So it's not to their social media site?
From my knowledge, no, that one is not, but I'm not clicking on it right now, so I couldn't be for certain.
And you read the Daily Caller article, right?
I did.
Okay, and it was talking about how you ordered pride flags to be delivered to my client's home, correct?
How I had them, yes, how I paid Project Rainbow to deliver them, yes.
And so is it...
But they never reached out to me to ask my side.
Okay.
I think a reputable source would have reached out to both parties.
Okay. And so you don't know why people posted what they did, correct? correct?
Other than to threaten my life, yes.
Okay. If we go back to Exhibit 1, and Exhibit 1 of Exhibit 1, page 1.
111?
111, yeah.
There we are, back at 111.
Sorry, we're getting there.
Yeah, it's all good. All right, so these are all anonymous social media handles, correct?
Not anonymous, they have their name. So not obviously too anonymous.
Okay. Now it's possible that they posted these. Well, it's possible that they went to the Daily Caller social media site without ever going to my client's social media first, right?
I suppose. Kind of sad that they would threaten someone's life just willy-nilly.
Well, I mean, they may have read the article and then posted
And
these
then
comments,
just
correct?
decided to threaten. Okay, yeah, I suppose so.
Well, that's possible, right?
I guess anything's possible.
Yeah, because you don't have evidence showing that they were doing it because my client encouraged them to, correct?
Other than I had never received death threats prior to Ms. Despain's engagement. And I didn't see anywhere else, anybody else posted the link to the article to direct followers to their page, no.
All right. Was this the first time you sent pride flags to someone's house?
It is,
Okay.
other than my own home.
Okay. Did you report these comments to the police?
I did.
Okay.
They came to my home, and it's in evidence.
Okay.
They came by multiple times because of it.
Okay. And so again, so you have no evidence that my client was involved in posting these comments, correct?
I never said she posted them, no.
But you also have no evidence that she asked anyone else to post them, right?
I would sure hope not, that she would ask someone to threaten someone's life.
Okay.
But I believe full-heartedly that it's because she posted a link and directed people there. I have never once received a death threat prior to my engagement with Ms. Despain.
Okay.
Have you ever received a death threat?
Just answer the
Oh,
question.
sorry.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so you have no evidence that she had any contact with these authors, right?
I don't know who she has contact with, no. I don't
Okay.
have insight into everyone she contacts.
And so these threats caused you emotional distress, correct?
I think they would, yeah, 100%. I think they would of anybody.
Okay. If you could go to the next page. You took these screenshots too?
I did.
Okay.
Is there a way to blow them up? Sorry, so I can see them better. Thank
Is
you.
there a specific one you want to focus on, Gab?
Or just any?
No, it's kind of the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I could read them clearly for you.
Okay. These 4 comments are also from the Daily Caller social media site, correct?
I can't tell because they're so small.
I'll blow it up a little bit.
So I couldn't say with 100% certainty. If you have a larger image, then I can. Thank you.
This is the top view, just to be clear.
Okay. Oh, so again, you don't know you don't know the people who actually authored these posts, correct?
Other than the handles, no, I do not.
Okay. And these are also from these are responses to the Daily Caller social media post, correct?
I can't tell from this, no.
But you took the screenshots, right?
Yes, but in this image, I can't tell where it's provided. There's just an image. It doesn't say where it's from.
Well, do you remember where you took them from?
It was May 23rd. It was back in May of 2023. I mean, it was from multiple sources at that time. I was receiving death threats in multiple ways, so I can't specifically say where this one is from.
All right, so they could be in response to the Daily Caller, right?
Could be, yes.
Okay, they could be in response to another social media site, right?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
I didn't follow any of their social media posts at that time.
Okay. Could you show the second half?
Oh, sorry. Lisa Regan, I apologize. I clicked the wrong buttons. Sorry about that. It's gonna make me scroll.
Are we back to 111 again?
Yeah, sorry.
No, 112.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was my
Spicing it up.
Yeah.
Click the wrong button.
There you go.
These bigger ones.
Are we focusing on the top 4 boxes or not?
There, these should be the bottom two now.
The one with the messages?
Yeah.
Okay.
You see that?
Not on this one, no, but on the one that he had previous, I did. Because it was from a gentleman by the name of Brendan Taylor. Is that correct?
No. We're still on. We're still on the
we're
same.
still on this one.
Same
Okay,
thing,
sure,
yes.
okay.
But now we're looking at the bottom two.
The captive smile, that portion? The hole puncher comment?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure you're
All right,
on the same page.
So also these posts. So you screenshotted these as well, right?
I did, that's correct.
Okay. And these were in response to a social media post by the Daily Caller, correct?
I would assume so, yes, but I can't tell from this image now.
Okay.
But it was around the same time, so I believe it was from the Daily Caller, yes.
Okay. And you don't know who authored these posts, right?
Other than the name that they provided in the handle, no.
All right. And you haven't spoken to any of these people that posted these posts, correct?
I have not spoken to them, no.
Okay. Or had any contact with them, correct?
Other than some of them messaged me privately, no.
Okay.
I didn't respond back to them.
Okay. And so you don't know what their motivation was for posting these comments, correct?
I don't know their motivation, other than to threaten my life.
Okay. If we could turn to the... And did you also report these to the police?
I did.
Okay. And again, you have no evidence that my client posted these, correct?
No, I don't. I never said your client posted them.
Okay. No evidence that my client had contact with these posters, correct?
I don't know who she has contact with, no.
Okay. Okay. If we could go to the next page. Okay, we could focus, I guess, on the top half, if you need to.
Brennan Taylor and John?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so these are two...
Me. They're to me.
Okay, so these were direct messages sent to you?
Yes, that's correct. Some of them.
Okay. Well, these two?
Yes, these two were yes.
Okay, and they were sent to you on Facebook?
Yes, that's correct.
And these are examples of death threats that you received, right?
Some of, yes.
Okay, and
no, I don't know who these gentlemen are.
all right, and so you don't know their motivation for sending you those messages, right?
No, I do not.
Did you report these to the police?
I did.
Okay, you have no evidence that my client had any contact with either of these people, correct?
I don't know. Like I said in further statement, I don't know who she has contact with.
Okay, and you don't know, you have no evidence that my client knows these people, right?
I don't.
Okay, no evidence that my client encouraged them to message you, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay. And these also caused you emotional distress, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, if we want to go to the ones under the second half.
The David Mulholland one?
Mm-hmm. All right, so these are comments from, there's two comments here, they're from David Mulholland, right?
That's correct.
Okay. He doesn't threaten you in these comments, right?
He's not talking to me in this. That he's talking to Nate.
Okay.
So no.
All right, but you...
Because the comment's not directed at me.
All right, you included the comments in the petition, right?
I guess I did.
Okay. And do you want to read? Wait, what was your concern about the comment?
Well, it's not directed at me. It's directed at my husband Nate.
Okay.
And he's on the temporary stalking injunction, so that's why I included it.
Oh, okay.
But David Mulholland had interaction with April.
Okay. Is that also the case? If you look at the next comment by David Mulholland,
So out of this one?
yeah, and then this to the one underneath it.
Yeah, you bet.
So this comment by David Mulholland is to someone named Heath, correct?
That is correct, on
Okay.
April Despain's Facebook page.
Okay, and you included this, right?
Included this in
This-
evidence
this
or
comment,
included?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And your concern is that that this person is saying that you're harming children, correct?
Who are you referring to in this? David? or
David
Heath?
Mulholland, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's because it's on April's Facebook page.
Okay. You weren't threatened by this comment, right?
That I support in harming children? Yeah, absolutely. This is what Awarda supports and advocates for. Yes, this is harming children.
Okay.
So yes,
So you felt as if this would endanger your life, this comment.
this particular one, not endanger my life, but he's accusing me of harming children.
Okay. So it sounds like it caused you emotional distress. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then can we just go back to the last comment? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. The one starts out with Nate.
Yeah.
Later. Okay.
Okay. And so this comment was included, you said, because it was mentioning your husband, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Did you have any concerns about it besides that?
Yes, just that creepy and disgusting that teachers violate rules and laws to target children. They work in shadows, evil to push their desires onto children. It's a little concerning. Pedophiles, groomers.
Okay. You don't.
He's saying that I didn't deny, or Nate, apparently according this, Nate never denied that apparently David, I'm assuming David Mulholland questioned Nate about me being a pedophile or a groomer.
Okay.
A pedophile or a groomer. Very concerning accusations.
Okay.
That's why I included it in the evidence.
Okay. So you were concerned about the damage
Being
to
called a pedophile and groomer? Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And because you're concerned about your reputation, right?
Because I'm around my son. I volunteer in a school district. Around any children. Being called a pedophile and groomer is a huge accusation.
Okay. And
I think anybody would be concerned about that comment, that accusation being made about them.
okay. And you don't have any evidence that my client was in contact with David Mulholland, correct?
Yes, there is evidence. She comments back and forth in her Facebook and tags him and
Okay,
replies to him.
So Facebook comments, but you don't have any evidence that they were talking outside of Facebook, correct?
I don't know if she contacted him outside of Facebook, but she made comments to him in Facebook. So
And-
to me, that would be a connection, yes.
But you don't have
contacting.
You don't have any evidence that she encouraged him to make a post like this, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay. If we can go to the next page.
It's 12 o'clock. How much longer do you think you have? Is it a good time to break? Is it going to be a good time to break for lunch? We don't go through lunch.
Oh, sorry, I lost track of time.
I'm glad.
Judge is like, I have a lunch break.
Maybe can we finish this document?
Yeah, so
Okay.
whenever is a good time
Okay.
to break, I would like to plan for that.
I'm sure everybody here appreciates it. So. Okay.
I'm sure the officer does, for sure.
Okay. Okay, so if you look at the top of this page,
Yes.
this is a post that my client did, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you cite this post as a justification for an injunction, correct?
One of.
Okay, and you claim that you felt threatened by this post?
Yes, because she continued to comment about me and still does to this day.
Oh, can you point to what comment in the post made you feel threatened?
She is continuing to post about me.
So it's just that she posted it.
The continual post. It's not just one post. If it was just one post, I wouldn't be concerned, but it isn't just one post.
Okay. But it's not the content in the post itself.
Not this particular one, no.
Okay.
That's why we put into evidence more than just one post.
Okay. If you look at the date on this post is May 26, 2023, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so this is before you sent my client or before the 7 pride flags were delivered to my client's home.
Yes,
correct?
but if you look below, she's making comments about my breast at that time.
Okay, we'll get there in a second.
Okay.
Now, in this post, my client says that you brought up, look at her comments bringing up gossip about personal issues concerning my husband's family, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that is correct, right?
Say that one more time.
That you did bring up private issues about her family in public.
No, I did not.
Okay. And then if you look at the bottom, it says in gray, comments on this post have been limited. Do you see that?
Very faintly, yes.
Yeah. Do you know what that means?
I believe Ms. Despain limited the comments that could be made, is my understanding.
Okay. Were you aware of that at the time?
That she limited her comments,
Right, correct.
other than what it states, but I don't know. I mean,
And this post was from Instagram, correct?
it appears to be yes. Well, no, I think it's actually Facebook.
It's Instagram.
Okay.
You're not testifying. No comments. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. If we could look at the comment, the next one that's just below this.
So you think other women feel jealous of your unnatural silicone breast? That one?
No, we're looking
Oh,
at the
okay.
Thomas S. Monson. Is that his name?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you included this comment, correct? Okay. So I'm talking about this comment right here. You included this comment as, again, one of the justifications for the stalking injunction, right?
It was included, yes.
Okay. And this is not a post, correct?
Well, it's a comment to a post. She
Okay.
tagged me in it, so yes, it would be a post.
Okay.
Hence why my name is dark. She tagged
And-
me in it.
Okay. And this was actually part of a broader conversation, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Over
let-
5 days, yes.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 113, so you'll have to switch binders.
Yeah, can we break for lunch now, or are we? Yeah, I was just thinking, if we're done with
Is now
this.
a good time? It's up to
I
you.
mean, yeah.
Try to.
I mean,
I don't want, if everyone's, I know I get hangry, so if you're like, if people aren't going to pay attention,
Tommy, do
we
you
can.
have 5 minutes? Do you have 10 minutes more with this topic? Do you have an hour?
I don't know. I'm not, I
I mean, I'm not
thought,
asking you to finish your exam. I'm just asking for a good subject
yeah.
matter.
Yeah, I just thought if we could get through this page.
That's
maybe,
fine.
maybe it's like another 10, 15 minutes? Is that too long?
That's-
Are you like,
that's
are you-
fine.
is someone
I'm
starving?
good.
That's fine.
We're here all day.
Okay, okay.
As long as, are you good with it?
No, we're fine. I
Okay,
just-
I'm just want to make,
I want to be
Don't-
coming in for a landing on a lunch.
I think she's telling us she's hungry. It's understandable.
Well, my staff is hungry too.
Oh yeah, no, Your Honor,
I don't.
I'm 100%. No, I'm
Okay.
not. I'm 100%.
whenever anybody else is wanting to break, I'm good with
Okay.
everybody, so don't.
Okay, if we could turn to page 49. So, like I was just saying, that comment that I just showed you is part of a larger conversation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so if you look at the bottom of page 49.
The comment that Mrs. Spay made?
Yeah, that's the comment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, if you keep going forward, so you'll see on page 50, on page 51, the two of you are going back and forth, correct?
Mhm, yep, that is correct. Never denied that.
Okay. If you look at the comment at the top of page 51, oh, so, wait,
The
hold on.
thanks, Captain Obvious.
Well, actually, hold on. Go to page 52, sorry. So this is a continuation of that conversation. If you look at your comment at the top, you said, you love to roll in the shit you create. I will keep defending these teachers, so buckle up, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You also said in the next comment, or two comments down that you made, better lawyer up now, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So so that comment that you use is really just part of a broader conversation, correct?
Correct.
And so you excerpted one comment and then said that was a justification for getting a stalking injunction, right?
Not the only.
All right. But it's part of a larger conversation where you're going back and forth with my client, right?
Never denied going back and forth with your client.
And you didn't tell her in this conversation, stop conversing with me, this is stalking.
Not this particular conversation, but yes, it was made in a conversation. And Ms. Despain made the same. She said, let's stop, let's just both stop. Difference is I stopped May 28th.
Okay.
We both asked each other to stop.
Okay. And then this is also, if you go back one page to page 50, in this conversation, 51. You also made comments about my client's appearance, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, I mean, you said that.
We both did.
Okay. And so your claim is, going back to that comment in Exhibit 1, that comment caused you emotional distress, right?
No. It was an example of the back and forth in the continual post that your clients made.
All right, so it's not that specific comment.
It's not that specific comment, no.
All right, but
it's one of the comments, not just the specific. It's not just. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not just a comment. It's one of many comments.
And do you think, though, your comments towards my client would have caused her emotional distress as well?
There was a lot of back and forth. I have not denied that, not one bit. There was a lot of back and forth. But I asked her to stop. She asked me to stop. I stopped as of May 28th, 2023. Your client still continues to post. After receiving cease and desist, after having the cops come by her home, after receiving a stalking injunction, still, I've stopped. I never had to be asked one time by law to say, hey, stop posting about April Despain. I didn't have a cease and desist sent to me. I've never had a stalking injunction against me. I stopped on my own good faith. Before anybody came to my home, I stopped.
But you initiated the whole back and forth with my client, right?
Yes, I've never denied that.
Okay.
But the difference is I've stopped. Your client has not stopped. That's the difference.
And so you
Law
think,
has been brought into it, and your client still posts.
and so you think that you should be able to go back and forth with someone and then determine when they should stop.
When lives are, like when I start to receive death threats, yeah, absolutely. When I see that it's not just a back and forth between two private citizens, yes.
Okay. I think, Your Honor, we could take a break now if you'd like.
That would be great. Is an hour enough time for more development? Okay, then we'll come back ready to go at 1:10.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess.
Quick question for you, because we're kind of hitting some of the same things over and over again. So the way we can speak up, I mean, if there's like a situation that can be had, like, I mean, look, we'll say good, everything's already in evidence. Maybe all her statements over there, I mean, I know some of them.
Okay, we're back on record at 230904766. We've got all parties and counsel present. Ms. Werda? You understand you're still under oath? I do. Okay. Mr. Marinani.
Your Honor, could I ask a quick question in court? I'm wondering, if we ran out of time, what would happen?
I suppose we'd have to find another day to
Okay.
continue.
Okay, thank you.
I can tell you that I don't have very many days available for a long, long time, so, but it's no skin off my back, so,
Okay, sorry, I was just asking.
yeah. I don't intend to cut anyone off, I want everyone full opportunity to present their case, so if you need more time, that's fine, but like I said, I've got very limited availability until about July.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Ms. Lawerda, if you, right now can we go to Exhibit 1, page 5. It's the 115.
Oh yeah, I need to reconnect here too. Let's see, I need to.
Sorry, Dad, where'd you want to go?
Oh, sorry, Exhibit 1, page 5. So that's the request for, yeah. And it should be the last page of the exhibit.
Sorry, we're getting there.
I appreciate that you're a technology guy, so.
More or less.
Okay, Ms. Lawerda, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Okay. So you included the top post, right, from my client, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you didn't feel threatened by this comment, correct?
Not personally, no.
Okay.
No.
Did you feel emotional distress from this comment?
Not overly, no.
Okay. And this is a comment to a post on Facebook, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And also, this is part of a broader conversation, correct?
Yes, that's correct, as I stated.
Okay. Can we turn to Exhibit 113, page 27? So do you see that comment here in the middle of the page?
I do.
Okay. And if you look, the two of you engaged in a back and forth going all the way through page 32 of this exhibit, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But then, well, and during this time, you never asked you never asked my client to stop responding to your posts, correct?
No, that's not correct. I asked her to stop.
Did you ask her in the pages that I've pointed out here between 27 and 32?
Well, I've only seen this page
Oh, okay.
currently. We scrolled through, so I didn't get time to read all of them.
Okay.
But yes, there was a post I asked her to stop.
Do you know what page it's on?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Do you want to try looking at the physical copy so you can page through it? So it's Exhibit 113, it'll be in the white binder.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll start at the beginning.
Well,
Because it is in evidence. but I don't know what page in evidence it's in.
Okay, but my question to you is, did you tell her to stop between the pages I gave you, so 27 to 31 of Exhibit 113?
What pages?
27 to 31. Or 27 to 32, sorry.
To 32?
Yeah.
No, not through those pages, no.
Okay. But you did claim that the comment from my client is one of your bases for getting a stalking injunction, correct?
One of, yes.
Okay. Okay. And now if we go back to Exhibit 1, page 5 again.
This is one.
Okay. Yes, yes. Now with this post, your claim is that you felt threatened by this post. Is that right?
No, I was not threatened by this post.
Okay. Did you feel emotional distress from this post?
Not this post, no.
Okay. And why did you include it in your petition?
To show evidence that she continued to post about me.
Okay.
Because, like I said, it wasn't just one post.
Okay. Now, in your petition for a temporary stalking injunction, did you note anywhere that the posts that we looked at that were from the Daily Caller Instagram social media, that those were from Daily Caller?
I don't know that there was a place to note that.
Okay.
I didn't personally write up the stalking injunction.
Okay. Okay. Let's turn to Exhibit 126. Okay. Before we get to this, I just want to say, so you don't have any examples of my client making death threats, correct?
No, I never said she made death threats, no.
And you don't have any examples of my client threatening anybody, correct?
I don't know who she's threatened. You said anybody. I don't follow her. I don't know what she's done in her personal life to answer that question correctly.
Okay. And you don't have any examples of her sending people to other people's homes to post flags, correct?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you have no example of her trying to do those things through third parties, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay. If you look at Exhibit 26, do you recognize this, or 126, apologies, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Okay. This is a Facebook post that you did, correct?
Yes, on May 28th, I believe.
Okay. If you look at, you included 3 screenshots in this post, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If you look at the screenshot in the bottom right-hand corner.
The one that's in black?
The one that's in black, yes,
Okay,
correct.
just making sure, okay.
That is a post. Did my client make that post?
Yes, I believe so, since it has her name on the top of it.
Okay. Okay. I have an exhibit.
Is this a new exhibit?
Yeah.
Is it for impeachment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll show you. I don't know if you can let me know. This, I didn't know about this before, but this is the post that was.
Which one?
The one that's circled. It's not actually from my clients, from this guy.
Okay. I mean, if you can lay the foundation.
Okay.
This is one I won't stipulate to just because it doesn't have Ms. Owerda on it anywhere.
Okay. Can I press the Your Honor?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, Ms. Owerda, do you recognize this? Have you seen this document before?
No, not until this moment.
Okay. Have you seen the comment that is circled before?
Yes, I have. It's from David Mulholland.
Okay. And so, so this comment in Exhibit 146
Yes.
is the same comment that is screenshotted in the lower right-hand corner of your post, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay.
Am I able to testify since this isn't into evidence? I don't.
You can keep asking.
Okay,
Keep asking.
okay, I'm just making sure.
Okay. So when you, Your Honor, I'd like to move Exhibit 146 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 146 is admitted.
All right. So earlier you said that post in the lower right-hand corner was from my client, correct?
No, I said it was on her Facebook page. I didn't say it was made by her. I said it was by the looks. On the black portion, it looks like it because it's blocked out, but on this, it's obviously on her Facebook page.
All right. Do you think the way that it's screenshotted in your Facebook post, so Exhibit 126, do you think that would mislead people into thinking it was posted by my client?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Now, if you look at, we can go to Exhibit 4.
Yeah, that's right. Which one?
Exhibit 4. Okay, so this is a cease and desist letter that you had your attorney send to my client, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and the date of this letter is June 2nd, 2023, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, if you look in the second paragraph, you said that, or your lawyer said, because of your post, my client has received hateful death threats by the dozen, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's followed by the next sentence that says, we have all of the hateful death threats and posts from your supporters, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you submitted all of the death threats that are from my client's supporters today, right?
Up until this point, I had received more death threats after June 2nd. So I had submitted all the threats I had received up until June 2nd to my previous counsel, yes.
Okay. But for today's hearing, you've submitted all the death threats that you've received from my client's supporters, correct?
Yes, they are in evidence.
Okay. Let's go to, and the other piece I want to say is, my client was not under any sort of restriction in terms of her ability to speak when she was sent this letter, correct?
Objection, speculation.
If you know.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. If you turn to Exhibit 5. Okay, and you recognize this exhibit, right?
I do.
Okay, this is a post that my client did on May 26th of 2023, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. In this post, she says, no, this is before the pride flags were delivered to her home, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in this post, she says that, if we look at the third sentence, look at her comments bringing up gossip about personal issues concerning my husband's family. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then she follows by saying, why does a PTA president treat parents like this simply because they believe differently than her? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So at the time that this post was made, you were being considered for the PTA president, correct?
Considered, yes.
Okay. And there is if you look at this post, on the right-hand side is a screenshot, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that is of a video, right?
Yes, that's of a video.
Okay, and the video is of you receiving an award, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the woman in the video says that you will be the next PTA president, correct?
I don't recall what her exact words were.
Okay. We're going to play Exhibit 142. No, it's not.
There was a window popped up with saying it couldn't play the audio, but I don't know. I guess that's from your computer. Yes.
So we try. Earlier. Should I pull it out maybe? I'm going to pull this out. Oh, sorry. I could be just doing something now. Okay. Why don't I...
Can I try it online?
Yeah, take it here.
Well, we just try it from.
Apologies, Your Honor.
Now, and very quick while we're waiting for this to work, has 142 been admitted? I don't believe it has based on my notes. I thought we did 141 and then we did 44 and 45.
I thought we did 42 when we did the update.
Oh, if we did, okay, I just couldn't,
Yeah, I thought we updated that.
we're trying to update our records on that sheet for the court, so.
Everything about the present here. She's just been so willing to help out where she needed, and she goes over and above, and we're just so grateful for her and all of the time and effort she puts in for everybody here at Hillcrest.
Are we going to play it from the beginning?
You want me to go to the beginning?
have the presence here. She's just been so willing to help out where she needed, and she goes over and above, and we're just so grateful for her and all of the time and effort she puts in for everybody here at Hillcrest. And she's even taken on the next chapter of being the PTA president next year.
So that woman says that you were going to be the next PTA president, correct?
Because there wasn't an official nomination yet, and that you have to be nominated, and no one had stepped up yet. So yes, that was the plan, was for me to be PTA president.
Okay. Now this time you had already ordered the pride flags to be delivered to my client's home, right?
Yes, May 16th.
Okay. Did you ever make an effort to cancel that order?
No, I did not.
And so when you saw because Exhibit 5 now is another basis for you to get a stalking injunction, correct?
One of.
Okay. And so after you saw this post from my client,
Repeat that. Sorry, I didn't hear.
I said after you saw this post from my client, you didn't think to go and cancel your pride flag order.
I did not.
Okay, if you could look at Exhibit 6. Okay, you took the screenshot, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this is from my client's Instagram account?
Yes, it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and this was dated May 26, 2023, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then you screenshotted it, it looks like 7 days after it was posted, is that right?
I don't know when.
If you look at the bottom,
Yeah, it says May 26th.
and then right above that, I think it says 7 days ago.
Yeah, I think 7 days ago is when the last like was of that post.
Oh, okay. So again, yeah, so this post is again from before the pride flags were delivered, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you saw this post, and this post caused you emotional distress?
It was it was not just the one.
Okay. And again, you didn't think to cancel the order of the pride flags, correct?
I didn't look into it, no.
Okay, if you look at Exhibit 7. Okay, so you took this screenshot as well, right?
I did.
And you had threatened my client with legal action, correct?
It appears yes.
Right. Yeah, because my client says that
But there's no date on it, so I don't know what date that was actually. It just says 6 days. 6 days from. I don't know what date that was.
Okay. But my client says in this post that you, Jennifer Sewell Awarda, has informed me after relentlessly bullying me and my husband that from now on all her communications to me and my family will be through her attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And now you've submitted this as, again, a basis for stalking, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. But the post itself is in response to you threatening her with legal action, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. Now, if you want to turn to Exhibit 8. Okay. So this, you took the screenshot, correct?
I believe so. I don't know.
Okay. And these are Facebook comments, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And your name is actually not mentioned on this, in these comments, correct?
No, my name is not.
Okay. if you look in the first comment, my client says, I never went to her page and I didn't even know who she was until she came on my page and would not stop personally attacking me and my husband and our family. Is that correct?
That's what's stated, yes.
Okay. And so you don't have any examples of my client going onto your social media pages before May 23rd, 2023, correct?
I do not.
And so the first interaction between the two of you on social media was on May 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes, around that date, yes.
Okay. And you initiated the interaction, correct?
That is correct.
And so you have, again, you've submitted this as another example of stalking, correct?
I don't know that it's evidence of stalking, no. It's
Yes.
just evidence. I don't know this is necessarily tied to the stalking.
Okay.
It's
And
just evidence.
did you feel emotional distress from this post?
I did not.
And did you feel threatened by this post?
Not particularly, no.
If you could turn to Exhibit 9. Okay, so you put Exhibit 9, well, Exhibit 9, you recognize this document, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And this is a screenshot that you took, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and these are comments to a Facebook post, correct?
Yes.
And you put this in as another example of stalking, correct?
No, I just put it into evidence of her repeated back and forth.
And what was your concern about this?
The continual back and forth.
Right.
It was just showing a pattern of back and forth between me and Mrs. Spain.
Okay, and your name is not mentioned on this page, correct?
No, it is not.
Okay, so you had to go and search for these comments, correct?
I was watching her post at that time. So I
Okay.
didn't really have to, quote, search for them. They were visible.
Okay, and this post did not cause you emotional distress, correct?
Let me read it. Emotional distress, no.
Okay, and you did not feel threatened by this post, correct?
No.
Okay. If you go to Exhibit 10. Okay, you recognize this post, correct?
I do.
Okay. You took the screenshot of Exhibit 10, right?
I did.
Okay. You are not tagged in this post, correct?
Tag, no.
Okay. And this post is from May 28th, 2023, correct?
Yes. Well, I don't know. It doesn't actually have the date on mine. It says May 24th is the Murray School District, so I don't know the exact date of the post.
Can you show page 2?
The comment below it is, yes. So it says May 28th at 10:07 p.m.
Okay. So yeah, so it was posted on May 28th, 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in this post, she is reporting that
She being...
my client.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, can you read the post out loud?
Well, I can't see the first part because it says May,
you
the date's covering it, but I can go terrorize my family. Yeah, you're gonna have to, thank you.
Yeah.
This woman who has terrorized my family online all week has then sent 7 pride flags to be staked in our front yard without permission today, all because we have a different belief than her about gender and sexuality.
This post is reporting about how pride flags were sent to my client's home, correct?
Objection, Speculation Foundation.
Overruled. Repeat the question, please.
This post is, in this post, my client is talking about how 7 pride flags were sent to her home and sharing that with the public, correct?
Yes, and accusing me of terrorizing her family, yes.
Right, and you sent the pride flags to her home, right?
Yes,
Okay, and this post was done on the same day that my client received those pride flags, correct?
yes.
And so Did you not expect her to respond when you sent the pride flags to her home?
I had no idea what she would do.
Okay. And you've now submitted this as an example of stalking, correct?
Not of stalking, no.
All right, so, and
Just
so,
evidence of the back and forth.
all right, now, my client does not threaten you, correct?
No, she does not.
Okay, she doesn't say she will physically harm you?
No, she does not.
Okay, she doesn't encourage others to threaten you, correct?
No,
She doesn't encourage anyone to contact you, correct?
not in this post, no.
And this post caused you emotional distress?
No, it did not. Other than it's not true. The terrorizing. It was 5 days. It was back and forth of 5 days.
Okay. But it was true that you had sent the pride flags to her house, correct?
Yes, I have not denied that.
Okay. Okay, if you want to go to Exhibit 11. Okay, so you screenshotted this post, correct?
I did.
And it's a post from my client, correct?
Correct.
It's from May 28th, 2023, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and this is after my client had received the pride flags that you ordered, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you are not tagged in this post, correct?
Well, my name is mentioned.
Okay, but it's not hyperlinked, correct?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Because I blocked her at that time.
You had blocked her on May 28th, 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's why it's not black. That's why it's not like you can't. That's why my name's not bolded. It's because I had blocked her.
Okay. Do you know about what time on May 28th, 2023 you blocked her?
I do not have a specific time, no.
Did you ever unblock her?
No, I have not.
So she continues to be blocked from your social media?
She does.
So again, in this post, my client is reporting that you sent 7 pride flags to her home without her permission, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And again, there's no threat in this post, correct?
No, there's not.
Okay. She doesn't encourage others to do anything to you, correct?
No, she does not.
Okay. And you provided this post as a basis for getting a stalking injunction, correct?
Not for the stalking injunction. It was just evidence for the back of the back and forth pattern that we had.
But the basis for your stalking injunction is the volume of the post and the back and forth, correct?
No, it is not.
What is the basis?
The basis is that she posted a link that incited her followers to then send death threats to me, have people drive past my home and jeopardize my life.
And the link was to a Daily Caller article, correct?
Yes, that she posted on her Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter account.
Have you ever contacted the Daily Caller about the article?
No, I have not.
And so you didn't contact the Daily Caller to ask them to take it down?
No, we reported it. We reported the links and comments to Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. We asked them the death threats be removed.
Okay. And were they?
Some of them were.
Okay, and so you claim that this post caused you emotional distress?
No, I did not.
Okay, and you do not think this post is threatening you, correct?
No, it is not.
Okay. Okay, if we could go to Exhibit 12. Okay, so do you recognize this post?
I do.
Okay, you screenshotted it, correct?
I did.
And this is, these are comments that you and others made to a Facebook post, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. And this is an excerpt from a broader conversation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn to Exhibit 116 at page 19? Okay, so so this comment, if you look at Exhibit 116 at 19, you can see the comments that you had in Exhibit 12, correct?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Now, if you turn to page 15 of the same document, so Exhibit 116. And so if you see you have a comment, it's in the bottom half of the page.
Yes.
Can you read that comment?
Yeah, it says, "Dang, you don't like my gift? I figured as much. As you post pride flags on your Facebook, you would love it. Love them, darn."
Okay. Now if you could turn to page 16. And then if there's a comment you made starting with, "It's a gift."
Yes, it's a gift. Sorry you didn't like it.
Okay. Then if you look at the next comment from my client, do you see that?
Yes.
Can you read that out loud?
Yes, it says, "Jennifer Sewell Warda, please stop bullying and harassing me and my family. Please allow others to believe differently than you and to publicly express viewpoints that are different than yours. Why can't you leave me alone? How far will you take this? Do we need to file a restraining order against you?"
All right, so again, you excerpted just part of the conversation in your exhibits, correct?
I provided all the evidence.
Okay, if we could go back to Exhibit 12. So this is just an excerpt from a broader conversation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't include the negative comments that you made toward my client, correct?
Not in this post, no.
Okay. And now you're saying that this should be part of your basis for getting a stalking injunction, correct?
No, it was just me showing that I invited April to meet in person to discuss our differencing of opinions.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 116, page 20. Actually, can you start at Exhibit 116, page 1?
Yeah.
I apologize.
Sorry, it's just taking a minute.
All right. So let's see. So Ms. Orda, Exhibit 116 is it's a social media post by my client dated May 28th, 2023, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so this is after you had sent, or this is after the pride flags have been delivered to my client's home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now if we could turn to page, let's go to page 19 of the same exhibit, so Exhibit 116.
Sorry, I promise I'm going to do when you take it. It just takes a second for it to upload to the screen.
Okay, and so like we discussed, this is the screenshot you took, or part of it, for Exhibit 12, correct?
I don't know what exhibit it goes to, no, but it is a screenshot, yes, that I took and submitted.
Well, if you look at the bottom, the last comment you made, can you read that?
Yes, it says, "Jennifer Canavarius, I'm even willing to discuss with her lawyer and mine. We can all sit down together."
All right, so this is you offering to meet with my client, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If you now go to page 20. Okay. And this is all occurring on the same day that you had sent my client pride flags, correct?
I don't know what the date is, but it's around that same time, yes.
Okay.
Between the days of May 23rd and May 28th is when the discussion happened.
Okay.
So between that time frame, yes.
And so you could understand that my client might be upset at this point, correct?
Yes, it appears that she was upset.
Okay. And so And so the conversation between the two continues onto this page, right? Onto page 20 of Exhibit 116.
That's correct.
Okay. Did the two of you ever meet?
In person, no.
Yeah. Okay. If you look at, okay, if you look at the comment from my client, she said to you, Jennifer Sewell Awarda, cool, you do that. I will take on as many bullies as you bring, correct?
Yes, that is what she said.
Okay, and then you followed by saying, April Wild Despain, who said they would be bullies? Many of them are members of your church. Hopefully you could act respectfully towards them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, if we could go back to Exhibit 12. Right, and so you don't interpret this exhibit as causing you emotional distress, correct?
No, it does not.
Okay, and you don't feel threatened by this exhibit, correct?
I do not.
Okay, if you could turn to Exhibit 13. Okay, you recognize this exhibit, correct?
I do.
Okay, and I think you talked about it during your direct testimony, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, and this Exhibit 13 is a comment to a Facebook post, correct?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, and it's part of a broader conversation, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. So then if you turn to Exhibit 116 at page 22. Okay. You see the post at the top of this page, right, from my client?
I do.
Okay, and so that is the same post that's in your Exhibit 13, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, if you turn to the previous, or you turn to page 15 of this exhibit, we just discussed this. This is where, let's back up for a second. On page 15. You can see on here where you said, this is where you said, dang, you don't like my gift? I figured as much as you post pride flags on your Facebook page, you would love them. Darn. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you just excerpted, again, part of the conversation in Exhibit 13.
It was to show that there was back and forth, yes. And that I asked her to meet me in person to discuss.
All right, but I was in Exhibit 13 is where you excerpted the comment where my client says, as an angry white woman.
Yes.
Okay, and so you only excerpted part of that conversation, correct?
In that exhibit, yes.
Okay, and that's the part that would make my client look bad, correct?
No, not just that one.
Okay, and so you're not saying that this is a basis for stalking, correct?
Not this one comment, no.
All right, but this comment is one of your bases for stalking?
One of many, yes.
All right, and even though it's part of a broader conversation that you were participating in?
Yes, it was broader conversation. I was showing the back and forth between the two of us.
Okay. Now, in this post, she doesn't encourage anybody to threaten you, correct?
No, not in this post, no.
She doesn't threaten you, correct?
No, she does not.
Okay. And this post caused you emotional distress?
No, it did not.
Okay. If you go to Exhibit 14. Is there a way to show two exhibits at once? I'm only asking because I think Exhibits 14 and 58 are essentially the same.
Let's see.
And I kind of want to be able to be like, kind of knock those out at once.
Do you want me to look at this and then turn to the other page when you want?
Oh, that could,
Okay,
maybe that'll
so I'll
work.
leave this one. What one do you want me to turn to?
Exhibit 58.
Of what?
Of the,
58?
it's of, so that would be your exhibit, so the black binder.
Sorry, you said you wanted 14 and 58?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, can you do that, Austin?
Yep, you bet.
Ah, beautiful. Okay. So, okay, so right now we're showing you exhibits 14 and 58, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and these are, so these two posts were posted after the pride flags were delivered to my client's house, right?
Yes, it looks like it's May 29th.
Okay, and Amy Knox is a counselor for the Murray School District, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. And so she's a government employee, right?
She's a school employee.
Okay. And now you've included this post as also a basis for a stalking injunction, correct?
One of.
Okay. And are you saying that my client should not be able to post about government employees that are mocking them?
Oh, no, she can post about them.
All right. And so why did you include this post?
Because she has me tagged in the post. It has nothing to do with the Amy Knox portion. Because you can see the video that she posted behind. And my name is in there.
Okay.
Where it says congratulate Jenna Warda. And
Oh,
then
so you're saying
yes, because she puts my name as well on the post
All
as
right,
well.
not in the actual post. Oh, in the post, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
So are these two, they're two different posts, but they're very similar, but different.
Yes, Your
Yes.
Honor.
Do you know,
Let me see.
there are timestamps? Like, why, I don't understand why there would be, were these posted in different formats?
Let me see. Yeah, let me see if I
Okay.
can. I'll try to. Let me set the basis. So, Ms. Orta, Exhibit 14. You see that?
I do see that.
Okay. If you look at page 2, that was posted on May 29, 2023. Correct?
Oh, the second one?
So we need page 2 of Exhibit 14.
Yeah, page 2 of Exhibit 14.
I'd have to look at the exhibit because I only see the first
Right.
part. So you'd have to scroll to that.
Oh, I see.
Yes, it says May 29th at 9 p.m.
Okay. And this Exhibit 14 was posted on Facebook, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. If you look at Exhibit 58, that was posted on May 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was posted on X, correct?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with X as much as the other two. But
Okay.
I guess so because it looks like the little retweet thing. Looks like the one that you'd find on Twitter.
Okay. Does that answer the court's question?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't understand how they could be so similar but also different.
Okay. Now, in this post, my client never says, makes any threats against you, right?
No, but this is after the police has stopped by our home asking us to have no conversation with each other or post about each other. That's why it's included in evidence.
Okay. Was there any sort of order in place at that time requiring my client to stay silent?
Other than the police, Murray City Police Department saying if her or myself had any further contact, posted about each other online, made phone calls to each other, there would be a criminal charges brought against them.
Okay. And were there ever criminal charges brought?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And so she doesn't encourage anybody to threaten you in these posts, correct?
No, she does not.
And she doesn't threaten you, right?
No, she does not.
Okay. And this is after she has received, the day after she's received the pride flags, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that you had ordered for her, correct?
Yep, I had him delivered.
Okay. And so you have submitted this as an example of a post that caused you emotional distress?
Yes, because the police officers had since come to our home, both asking us to stop.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's go to Exhibit 15. Okay, so you recognize this document, right, Ms. Orta?
I do.
And you took the screenshot, correct?
Yes, I did.
And these are comments to a Facebook post, right?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Your name, again, is not mentioned on this page, correct?
No.
In these posts, my client is talking about your efforts to sue her, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
And so she is responding to action that you took, right?
Yes.
But you are now saying that this should be one of the bases for a stalking injunction?
One of.
And you're saying that this post caused you emotional distress?
Not this post. It was just evidence of the back and forth in the comments.
Okay. If you could turn to Exhibit 16. And I think 16 and 59 are the same. Or similar again.
What was that, sorry?
16 and 59. If you could pull them both up again. I think they're similar. Okay. You recognize these two exhibits, right, Ms. Orva?
I do.
Okay. And you provided these two exhibits also as bases for having a stalking injunction, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If you look at the Exhibit 16, my client says that she's having your ordering of the pride flags to her home investigated as a hate crime, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And she's doing that because she saw this as, she thought that you had ordered these flags because of her religion, correct?
That appears to be yes.
And this is after the pride flags have been delivered, correct?
Yes, and after the police had come by.
Okay. And you're claiming that this post, well, and this post, by the way, and Exhibit 59, that these posts are bases for you to get a stalking injunction, correct?
There are evidence entered into the court so that they showed that they were dated after the time that the police officers stopped by. So it was just showing that she continued to post even though law enforcement came by her home asking her not to.
All right. But she's again, in these posts, she's actually responding to the fact that you had the pride flag sent to her home and her reaction to that, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
And these posts caused you emotional distress?
Like I said in my further statement, they were evidence entered into the court system because the police officers came by our home on the 29th asking both parties to stop. And it was evidence to show that she continued to post even though law enforcement came by her home and asked her to stop. Okay. And that there would be criminal charges brought against her if she did not.
Have you been in the news before for issues with pride flags?
I was interviewed.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's outside the scope of direct.
Well, is it relevant?
Well, Your Honor, it could show that she was already kind of an activist on the pride flag issue previously to this happening.
Right. So, okay. Well, first of all, I guess it is outside the scope of direct, but my goodness, I'm sure hoping we can only call witnesses one time. We're never going to finish. So
right.
I'm assuming, Mr. Nate, that you can ask all the questions of whatever their witnesses they want.
Yeah,
so
no, I mean, as long as, if
you'll get an opportunity to
I guess
recross.
Yeah,
I
no,
guess.
that's fine, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so overrule, go ahead.
All right. And can you,
Answer the question, sorry, ask the question again, please.
okay. Have you been in the news before regarding pride flags?
Yes, regarding our neighborhood, yes.
All right, and can you tell us about that?
Yes, there was a child in our neighborhood whose pride flags got stolen from their home, and they interviewed a citizen in the neighborhood.
All right, and did that happen in 2021?
I believe so, yes. I don't know the exact date.
All right, and you were one of the people interviewed, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you were one of the people that was trying to protect the pride flags from being stolen, correct?
No, I couldn't protect the pride flags from being stolen. They were just asking neighbors if anybody would be interviewed about having the pride flag stolen in the neighborhood and supporting the student that home was the pride flag too, yes.
Okay. And earlier you said that you grew up a member of the Church of
Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then you did not know that my client was a member of that church?
That's correct.
Okay.
Not all members, no members.
Okay. And so when you ordered these pride flags, you weren't doing it because, well, hold on, I'm sorry. You can scratch that.
Okay.
But you knew my client's views on pride flags, correct?
No, not at the time, no. When I ordered them, they were ordered on May 16th. I knew none of her religious affiliation. I just noticed that she had posted about pride flags, so I thought it would be funny to send her pride flags since she seemed to have a fond appreciation for them.
Well, you knew that she did not approve of them, correct?
No, I did not, actually. She had just posted a picture of Miss Dunn's classroom.
Okay. All right, and so now so these two exhibits that are up here, so 16 and 59, you are claiming that these are, again, bases for you to get a stalking injunction, correct?
No, I am not. They are claiming that they're evidence of her still continuing to post about me after the fact. The police department came and asked her to stop.
Okay. And this is 2 days after my client had received the pride flags that you ordered, right?
Yes, they were delivered on May 28th.
Okay. And so your view is that you can post a particular number of times and then you have to stop?
No, I just asked her to stop and she did not, and then the police came by and told her that she had to stop.
All right. Did you call the police?
Yes, I did.
And why did you call them?
Because she continued to break the law. The police officers came to our home stating that we couldn't post anymore, so I called them and said, hey, she's continuing to post. And so they said, okay, I want to see your evidence. So I provided same evidence to them.
And I meant, were you the original person that called the police?
No, she did.
All right. And after so going back to what you were just saying, after you gave them the evidence, did anything happen?
Yes, they came back and she continued to post.
Okay. And you also claim that these two posts gave you emotional distress, correct?
No, that, like I said in my further statement, they are just evidence to show that she continued to post about me after the police came by on May 28th.
All right.
Or the 29th, sorry.
Okay. If you turn to Exhibit 17. Okay, so you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Okay, and you took the screenshot. I think there's a second page too.
Yes, I took the screenshot, yes.
Okay. And this post is about an article that was written by the Daily Caller, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and you earlier testified that you are aware that the Daily Caller is a national news organization, correct?
Apparently it's national. I was not aware of it until April was being posted about it.
Okay. And in this post, my client highlights how the Daily Caller has reported about how you ordered the pride flags to be staked in her yard without her permission, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And and I think we discussed a little bit earlier, she provides a link that goes to the Daily Caller's website, correct?
That's correct.
And you provided this post as an example of stalking, correct?
I provided it as evidence that she was continuing to post about me after the fact that the police came by.
Right. And so what if somebody else posted the news article?
I think they did, actually.
Okay. And so that would not be stalking, correct?
Well, they didn't continue to post about me, nor did police go to their home and asking them to stop.
Okay. And so, you're not claiming that you feel threatened by this post, right?
Not this particular post, no.
Okay. And you're not claiming that this post incited other people to take any action, correct?
I'm not saying that, no.
Okay.
They did.
So you are saying that this post incited people?
Yes, absolutely.
How so?
Because she posted the article. As soon as she posted the article, I would receive death threats almost instantaneously.
Okay.
I had never received death threats before.
But you don't know the motivation of the people that made the death threats to you, correct?
The motivation, other than they wanted to take my life, I think that's motivation. I don't know why.
Yeah, so you don't know why they actually posted.
No, I don't.
Okay. And you don't have evidence that it was my client that caused them to post, right?
I think it's pretty clear that a link posted to an article, then the people on that said article then posted death threats. I think that's a pretty clear correlation.
But
not on any other articles that were ever posted. That article. There's been no other articles. I didn't receive death threats from my news clip that I gave in 2021. I've never received death threats other than the ones that have come from this site that she posted.
Okay. Do you think it's possible that people were responding to what you did to my client?
Possibly.
And but my client here, in the language of the post, she doesn't threaten you, right?
No, she does not.
And she doesn't encourage anyone else to threaten you, right?
No, but she doesn't ask them to stop either.
Okay. And here she is not linking to the Daily Caller's social media handle, right?
Not to their handle, no, directly to the article she gave to the Daily Caller.
What do you mean by she gave?
She gave an interview to the Daily Caller. She linked that to take them to the link of that article.
Okay. If you could turn to Exhibit 18. Okay. So now this is from my client's Instagram, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the date of this Instagram post is May 30th of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
And you took the screenshot, right?
Yes, I did.
All right. And this is not the actual full post, is it?
What do you mean the full post?
Meaning that, were there other screenshots that were included in this post?
I don't know. I would assume there's more screenshots of posts. I don't know necessarily to Exhibit 18.
Okay. If you look at the bottom of, on the left side of the post, if you look at the bottom, there's white dots at the bottom. Do you see that? There.
Like above the next to the Facebook symbol and the mail symbol?
Yeah.
Is that what yes, there's 4 dots.
All right. And what does that indicate?
I have no idea.
Okay. Okay, let me, if we could turn to Exhibit 141. So do you recognize this exhibit, Ms. Ordo?
I do.
Okay, and what is it?
It looks like a Instagram post that your client posted.
Okay, and this matches up with what you had in Exhibit 18, right? This first page.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you go to the to the following page, these are, remember how we just talked about the little dots at the bottom?
Yes.
Okay, so these are screenshots of the additional dots. Do you see that?
No, they're actually additional, the dots are showing that there's additional screenshots that I made. It's not in correlation with the post.
All right, and so,
It's just saying that there's multiple pages I screenshotted through.
oh, you're saying that those dots show that you screenshotted additional things?
Yes, it's not in correlation with that post. It's like that, I screenshotted it and it shows how many screenshots I've made, not, there's multiple, the dots below are not pages of that exact post. It's saying, I screenshotted the previous post, I screenshotted this post, and obviously there's additional dots, so I screenshotted further posts. They're not all in correlation from the same article, no.
Okay.
It's just saying I have, like a photo, you have multiple dots, it's just showing that there was multiple photos taken. Not
Okay.
necessarily in any particular order were they taken, it's just those are, like, it's not saying this page that is shown here is in correlation with the previous image you showed.
Okay. If we could turn back to Exhibit 18. Okay, so this, again, we're back at Exhibit 18.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And if you look at the, on the left half at the top, it shows that this is a screenshot from dailycaller.com, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so this is a screenshot from the Daily Caller's website, correct?
No, it is a screenshot of April Despain's Instagram account.
And within, but then,
Because she screenshotted that, she posted that image of the Daily Caller on her Instagram page, and I screenshotted her Instagram page.
yeah, okay, so
But what she posted up there is the Daily Caller website, yes.
okay. And then if you look at, in the right-hand side, she has included a description of the post, correct?
In which side?
The right-hand side of the document.
Well, she tagged, on the right-hand side of the document, she tags me, or she states my name.
Okay, she states her name, correct?
Yes, and the PTA president in national news, and then it says check out the story on @theDailyCaller, which is the @DailyCaller is the handle for their Instagram post, their Instagram page.
But at the time that this was posted, you were still being considered for the PTA president, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you ever put out a statement saying that you were no longer being considered for the PTA president?
I didn't need to. I don't have to notify anybody that I'm no longer running other than the people that it involves.
All right, so you never informed the public that I'm not the PTA president anymore?
No, I did not.
If you look at, so in my client's post, she said, check out the story on @DailyCaller, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that that link would take people to the Daily Caller's Instagram handle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But it would not take them to a specific article, right?
No.
Okay. It would take them to whatever is on the Daily Caller's Instagram handle.
Yes, but one would assume that she's wanting them to be directed to that article since she posted about that article, not just any image of the Daily Caller. She was wanting people to go directly to @DailyCaller to look for said article.
Okay. Okay, let's go to Exhibit 67. So, do you recognize this exhibit, Ms. Ordo?
I do.
Okay, and so this is the article that you've been talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you read the article?
Like I said, in further evidence, yes, I have.
Okay. And can you point me to language in here that encourages people to make death threats against you?
No, I cannot.
And is there any language in here that tells people to call you?
In that one sentence, no, there's
Oh,
not.
okay. Do you want to read the article?
I've already read the article.
And so was there any language in there encouraging people to call you?
No, there was not.
Okay, to drive by your house?
No, there was not.
Okay.
But like I said in further statement, she never asked them not to. She saw the death threats. She never once said, this has got out of hand. This is not about death threats. This is about our disagreement with LGBTQ community or rights or whatever, about her just sending flags. She never once asked them. Not one time did she ask one person, let alone tens, to ask, hey, you know what? This is inappropriate. In her evidence she said she received death threats as well from her posts. Didn't she view those as threatening? I would think so. But not one time did she ever ask any of the commenters to say, this has gone above and beyond. Not one time.
And how do you know that she saw those threats?
Because she interacted with people before, after, all during. She was highly involved, tweeting until 3 a.m. in the morning. I'm sorry, I don't find it plausible that someone can be so highly active on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, commenting back and forth, and she didn't happen to see the death threat in between the two comments. Not very likely.
But so the death threats that we looked at earlier that were attached to your petition for a stalking injunction, those were not responses to her posts, correct?
They were posts directed from her link to the Daily Caller article, yes.
Well, they were posts to the Daily Caller's Instagram post about the article, right?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and so
that your client directed them to.
But you don't have any evidence that she actually saw any of those posts, right?
I think it's very unlikely that she saw all the comments, as highly active as she was on Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, that she didn't happen to see the multiple death threats. We even sent her a cease and desist that said, I received death threats. I would think if I received a cease and desist letter that said, hey, someone that has received death threats, I would go and look and see, hey, what is this person talking about? It would lead me to look at all the threats. It would lead me to look at all my posts I made.
Okay. Okay, hold on, sorry. All right, if you could turn to Exhibit 4. Okay, so this is your cease and desist letter, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You didn't include any copies of death threats with this, correct?
I don't know what my attorney included.
Okay, well, I mean...
She said, my counsel at the time said we would send her a cease and desist.
Okay, well...
But I provided evidence to my counsel.
All right, well, there's 2 pages here.
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
Okay. And there's no examples of death threats here, right?
Not on this one, no.
Okay. And you don't know if your attorney sent my client examples of death threats given to you?
I do not know.
Okay, if we could turn to Exhibit 19. Oh, if you could do 19 and 20 at the same time.
Split screen?
Yeah, please, thanks. Okay. Ms. Loberto, you recognize these exhibits 19 and 20, right?
I do.
Okay. And Exhibit 19 is a Facebook post by my client, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and Exhibit 20 is a response that she did to Exhibit 19, right?
I don't know. It's a post that she posted of law enforcement coming to her home.
Okay. So if you look at maybe we'll just start with 19. If you look at 19, in this post, my client is talking about, well, if you look, she says, please watch. Do you know what she's talking about in this post?
I don't know. I would assume the police, only because you're showing evidence of that, but I don't, because there's no, it says, please watch, link in the comments.
All right, and then
isn't 20 the link in the comments?
That's what I was asking.
Okay, I don't know if that's,
Okay.
but if
So-
it says link in the comments and that's the link you're referring to, then yes, it would be the link that I believe, Tony videoed of the police coming to their home, asking them to stop posting about me.
Okay. Now you claim that these posts or the posts, so Exhibit 19 and Exhibit 20, are additional bases for you to be able to get a stalking injunction, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, this is my client reporting about her interaction with the police, right?
yes it is.
Okay, and she was not under any sort of a gag order, meaning she was not required to be silent.
I don't know the ins and outs of a gag order.
There was no temporary stalking injunction in place at this point, right?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. In this post, she doesn't threaten you, right?
She does not.
Okay, she doesn't encourage others to threaten you, right?
She does not.
Okay. She doesn't encourage anyone to physically harm you, right?
Nope.
And she doesn't tell anyone to contact you?
No, she does not.
Okay. And this post caused you emotional distress?
It's just to show the basis that she continued to post after the law enforcement officers came to her home asking her to stop.
Okay. If you look at Exhibit 20, do you see the comment from Cher Ruth?
Yes.
Okay. If you look, so she says, absolutely insane. Words back and forth on the internet is much different than finding a personal address, having 7 sticks dug into private property while children are home. That's what she says, correct?
And then more, yes.
Okay. And do you agree with that assessment?
I agree that I sent 7 pride flags to Ms. Despain's home. I have never denied that.
Okay. And you also agree that if you were home and strangers showed up at your house and they started hammering stuff into your yard and you hadn't given them permission to do that, that would be scary, right?
Objection, asked and answered at least twice.
Oh, go ahead.
I would probably go out and ask what they were doing, yes. I don't know that I would be necessarily terrified. It depends on what they were doing. But I would go out and ask what they were doing.
Okay. Now if we go to Exhibits 21 and 22, I think you can split screen this too. Okay. So do you recognize these exhibits, Ms. Warda?
I do.
Okay. And so if you look in Exhibit 21, right?
Mm-hmm.
My client says, please write into our national and state PT. Actually, I'll have you read, if you want to read the second paragraph of Exhibit 21.
Please write into our national and state PTA representatives as well as Murray School District to express your feelings on the harassment and intimidation our family has endured from our local PTA president simply because we believe Murray School District, Utah should keep gender and queer ideologies out of our schools.
Okay. So my client felt that you were harassing her because she disagreed on the gender and queer ideology, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. And these two posts are an example of somebody emailing the PTA to complain about you, correct?
On the Exhibit 22?
And 21, yeah. I think
Well,
21.
21 isn't an email.
Yeah, so 22. Do you see the?
Yes, I see 22.
Okay, and so if you
But
look
not in 21. The email is not in 21, it's in 22.
Okay, so if you look at the email in Exhibit 21.
There's no email in 21. It's
Sorry,
blacked out.
I apologize. Yeah, in Exhibit 22.
Okay,
On the
yes.
left side of Exhibit 22.
Yes.
Somebody has emailed the PTA to complain about you, correct?
Yes, to Stacy Molinet.
Do you know who that is?
Yeah, she was the state PTA president.
All right. And so, is it is it your view that my client should not be able to encourage people to complain about a PTA president who they feel is discriminating against them?
No, she has that right.
Okay. And so you submitted these two posts as an example or as another basis for having a stalking injunction, correct?
I provided it into evidence to show that she continued to post out about me after the cops came by her home.
Okay, and these posts are
Long after I had stopped.
Okay. These posts are from June 3rd of 2023, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, the first post, Exhibit 21.
Is from June 3rd, after the cease and desist was sent.
But Exhibit 21 is from Facebook, correct?
Yes, it appears that way, and I
Okay.
believe the 22 is from Instagram.
Okay. You did not feel threatened by these posts, correct?
No, I did not.
And you did not feel emotional distress from these posts?
No, I did not.
Okay. And my client in these posts is not encouraging anyone to threaten you, right?
Nope.
Okay, and she's not encouraging them to contact you, right?
No, not me. She's asking them to contact the state PTA about me.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, if you now we'll do. I think. Okay, so I think 23, 24, and then 60 are all
Do
similar.
all three at the same
Can
time.
you do all three?
I think you can.
If you
We'll
can't,
try it.
that's fine. You can do two.
You said 23, 24, and 60?
Yeah. Okay. Wow. So if you look, do you recognize these exhibits, Ms. Awarda?
I do.
Okay. If you look at Exhibit 23, are you able to read it?
It's very faint, but I can.
You want me to blow it up?
Yeah.
Just the right side, correct?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
It's a little better.
Okay. Can you read what my client posted here?
Yes. After coming onto my social media and sending 7 progs to my home to bully me because I don't believe in queer gender ideology, this Murray School District Utah PTA president is threatening to sue me if I don't remove my post and formally apologize to her. Not happening. I'm done being bullied for my religious beliefs. Bring it on.
Okay. So, first of all, these 3 posts are from June 5th of 2023, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The post, Exhibit 23 is from Instagram, right?
Yes,
Exhibit 24 is from Facebook, correct?
that is correct.
And then Exhibit 60 is from Facebook as well, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Oh, and Exhibit, I apologize. I just missed it. Sorry. Oh, okay. No, okay, we're good. Sorry. Scratch my last thought. So you retained a lawyer, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then your lawyer sent my client a letter, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and it looks like the letter is dated June 2nd of 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
In the letter, your lawyer told my client to stop posting about you, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Told her that she has to remove all posts about you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And apologize to you.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and only if she did those things, she would avoid legal action, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So here,
But to be fair, I could have cared less about the apology. I just wanted her to stop posting about me.
okay, so here, through your attorneys, you initiated contact with my client, right?
Yes, through my attorney at that time, yes.
Right, and then my client responded by posting on social media, right?
Yes, and stated to, quote quote, bring it on.
Okay. And how did you interpret that?
Mocking the cease and desist.
Okay. And
And she lied. I wasn't PTA president. I had removed my name from the running at that time. I never was PTA president.
but you never made a public statement saying that, right?
I don't have to make a public statement.
Okay.
It's a volunteer role.
Okay.
You don't get paid for it. You just volunteer.
And so these are examples of posts that caused you emotional distress, correct?
It's to show that she didn't stop posting about me even after receiving a cease and desist from a lawyer.
Okay. But you did not feel emotional distress from these posts?
Other than said, bring it on. I don't know what that means.
You didn't think that was threatening you, right?
It's asking me to bring it on. I don't know what the intention of that post, what that statement is.
All right. You didn't think, though, that she was physically threatening you, right?
I don't know what she meant by bring it on.
Okay. And in these posts, she doesn't say, she doesn't threaten you physically, right?
No, she does not.
She doesn't encourage anyone else to threaten you physically, right?
Well, it says bring it on. I don't know if she's referring to me, to someone else. I don't know.
Okay. She doesn't tell people to contact you, right?
No, she does not.
Okay. Now we could do 25, 26, and 62. Okay, so 20. Sorry, 1 second. All right, so here, if you look at, let's see if this one's- Oh, okay, if you look at Exhibit 62, right?
Yes.
This is a Facebook post, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, it's dated June 23rd, 2023, right?
It is, yes.
Okay, and then Exhibit 25 is also a Facebook post, correct?
Yes.
And it's dated June 23, 2023, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and Exhibit 26 is, it's a Twitter post, right?
It appears to be, yes.
And it's dated June 23rd, 2023, right?
Yes, in very small font, but I believe so, yes.
Okay. If you look at Exhibit 62, that's the easiest one to read there. Can you read what my client posted?
Yes, it says, update, Murray School District, Utah, PTA President Jennifer Warda has harassed my family online and sent 7 pride flags to be staked in our front yard simply because our religious beliefs don't align with the LGBTQ beliefs. She's threatened to sue me if I didn't remove my post about her and apologize to her. She gave me 2 days to comply. Naturally, I refused. I waited patiently, but still no lawsuit yet. And then the clock emoji.
Okay. So, again, you retained a lawyer, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you sent my client a cease and desist letter.
Yes, I have not denied that.
Okay, and now my client has posted an update to her social media about your impending lawsuit, right?
There was no lawsuit at the time.
Okay.
She just was giving an update, I guess, to give an update.
Okay. And you're submitting this as an example of stalking, right?
Yes, because she continued to post about me long after being notified.
All right. And so
21 days after.
And how many days do you think someone gets to post about an event that happens to them?
I don't know, but I would think after a law enforcement officer came to your home, you would stop. and then sent a cease and desist, then you would stop. I'm not asking her to stop posting about her LGBTQ beliefs. Never once have I asked her to stop posting about that. I've asked her to stop posting personally about me. She can spew her hate all she wants. I just ask her that she stops posting about me.
Okay, but here she's posting about how you sent her a cease and desist letter, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so she's not posting about you just randomly.
No, because I asked her to stop. We both asked each other to stop. She asked me to stop posting about her, and I asked her to do the same. I've stopped posting about her. On May 28th was the last post or comment or any interaction I've had with Ms. Despain other than the state school board meeting. But here we are, June 23rd, she continued to post about me. And
Yep.
still does.
Is there a date that if she had stopped posting after that date, you would have been good?
Yeah, when the temporary stalking injunction was granted.
Okay. Now, you didn't find any of these posts to be threatening, right?
She didn't comply, other than that, no, not personally threatening, no.
Okay. So you didn't feel any, like you were in physical harm because of her
I don't
posts?
know what she does. I'm unaware of what she's capable of doing.
You don't have any evidence of her actually attacking anybody, right?
I don't know what she does in her personal life. I don't know everybody she interacts with.
Okay.
But she does have a pattern.
What's the pattern?
Her going online and relentlessly attacking people. There's plenty of evidence out there to state that.
Okay. But in your case,
She relentlessly attacks me, yes. In my case, yes, that's true.
but the three exhibits here are in response to an action you took against her, right?
Yes, to ask her to stop posting about me.
Okay. Okay, if we could go to exhibits 27, 29, and 31. Yeah, okay. All right, you recognize these exhibits, right, Ms. Awarda?
I do.
Okay. Exhibit 27 is a Facebook post dated July 8th, 2023, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Exhibit 28, oh wait, I'm sorry, 29. Okay, Exhibit 29 is a X post dated July 8th, correct?
That is correct.
And then Exhibit 31 is a Facebook post dated,
It doesn't have the date.
oh. Actually, the second page on this one does, for Exhibit 31. So Exhibit 31 is a Facebook post dated July 13th of 2023, correct?
Sorry, he's gone. Yes, July 13th, 2023.
Let's start with looking at, so exhibits, if you could read Exhibit 27.
I'll blow it up for you. Give me 1 second.
Thank you.
Oh, you can read it out loud.
I'm being sued by Murray School District, Utah PTA president in effort to silence my free speech about teachers promoting LGBTQ flags and curriculum in the Murray Public Schools. Please read through my Give, Send, Go campaign and consider donating. Thank you. Link in the comments.
Okay.
But that's false.
What's false?
That whole statement's false. Not PTA president, and I'm not silencing her free speech against promoting LGBTQ curriculum. I'm asking her to stop posting about me. Strictly just about me.
Okay.
So that whole statement's false.
Okay, so
I'm not PTA president of Murray School District, 1. There isn't a PTA, well, I guess there's a, but I'm not that. 2, I'm not asking her to silence her free speech about teachers. I'm asking her to stop posting just about me. So that statement's false. The whole thing's a lie, other than she needs money for her Give, Send, Go campaign. And that she linked that link in the comments. That's the true statement.
Okay.
She
So,
she can continue to post about the teachers.
all right, so you don't have an issue with that?
I can't have, do I have a personal issue? Yeah, I think it's a little ridiculous, but that's my own opinion. But I'm just asking her to stop posting about me, so I stop receiving death threats.
Okay, so,
So I'm not silencing her free speech, so that statement there is a lie.
okay, so in exhibits 27 and 29, right, she has posted because she's trying to raise money, correct?
Yes, for
And
the
she's-
Give, Send, Go campaign.
Okay, and she's specifically trying to raise money because you filed a lawsuit against her, right?
In her words, to silence her free speech, yes.
And you've now submitted these posts saying that these are examples of stalking?
Yes, because after at this time, I don't know she's been sent a cease and desist. Like I said before, Murray City Police Department has long come past. I've asked her to stop. I have no longer, this is what, like in July. Long after all of that interaction. I stopped May 28th. Here she is, still posting about me, in July.
Well, what date did you file for the stalking injunction?
I don't recall the date it was approved.
You don't recall when it was approved?
No, I don't, but I'm sure it's in evidence.
Yeah. If we could go to Exhibit 2. I feel bad doing this because you have those 3 things up there.
No worries.
No, it's fine.
Okay, if you go to page 2. Well, so, sorry, this is your stalking injunction, right?
Yep,
Okay.
that is correct.
And if you look at the bottom of page 2.
June 29th.
2023, right?
Yes, so
Okay.
prior to that.
Okay. Now you want to...
Prior to July. So she's posting after receiving the temporary stalking injunction,
Okay.
because that was dated in July.
Oh, and then if you could go to Exhibit 3. So that was the date of entry that you just read, right?
Yes, June 29th.
Now, if you look at Exhibit 3, this says that my client was served with the stalking injunction on July 3rd of 2023, correct?
Yes, so prior to that post she made for her Give, Send, Go.
All right, so if we could do 27, 29, and 31 again. Okay, so we're talking about 27 and 29, okay?
Okay?
And so your view is that she just cannot post to try to raise money for her to defend herself?
She's violating the temporary stalking injunction.
Okay. And so your view is that she actually cannot post.
About me.
And so by extension, she really can't post about this lawsuit, right?
Not with my name, not referring to me as PTA president. I wasn't silencing her free speech. I was asking her to stop posting about me. That's what the temporary stalking injunction is about. Has nothing to do with her free speech.
Do you think that there's people that would interpret that as trying to stop my client from being able to defend herself?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I was never asking her to stop posting about her free speech. Just me.
But these posts are about her lawsuit. These posts are about her ability to defend herself
Her
against the
so-called
lawsuit.
grift, yes.
Okay. If you could turn to Exhibit 31. Or actually, we could just focus on that. If you want to read what she posted there.
Oh, the one that says, "Hey guys."
Yeah.
Hey guys, my so-called quote grift is up and running. I have an amazing attorney defending my free speech. If you value free speech, feel free to donate to my cause. All proceeds will go to my attorney. Link in the comments.
Okay. And so you believe this also violates the temporary stalking injunction, right?
I do.
All right. And in this post, she actually, what about this post violates the temporary stalking injunction in your opinion?
Because it's referring to me.
All right. And are you talking about in the image that's in the post?
No, PTA president. Who else is she referring to? She's been saying I'm PTA president from day one.
Okay.
And I believe in her little bio, once you clicked on it, you could read her bio, then it would also state my name. There was a bio, so if you clicked her Give, Send, Go, then it took her to her little bio that she wrote about me. So I would think that would be the reason, because she was still commenting about me.
Okay.
And that violates the civil stalking injunction.
Okay. And so it's your view that these 3 posts are more bases for you to have a stalking injunction, right?
There was already a civil stalking injunction at that time.
All right, but now you're saying they're a reason to go from the temporary to a stalking injunction.
And that she continues to post, yes.
Okay. But again,
And she violated it from this post.
Yeah, but I mean, she is posting these.
And violating the temporary stalking injunction, yes.
Yeah, and she's posting them in response to you filing a lawsuit against her, right?
Yeah, but one would think that you would stop after you got a civil stalking injunction against you, and then stop using my name, which she did in her grift.
Okay. And I mean, she's raising money because she doesn't have money to defend herself. You understand that, right?
I have no idea her financial situation,
Okay.
other than whatever she posted online. Just like she doesn't know mine either.
Okay. We go to Exhibit 32. Okay, so you recognize this exhibit, Ms. Awardo?
I do.
Okay, and so this is a social media post by my client, right?
Yes. Dated July 13th, 2023.
Okay. And it looks like this is on Facebook, right?
Yes.
Can you read the first sentence? Or, can you read the first sentence of this?
Yeah, the media picked up my story about being served with a stalking injunction by Murray PTA president who sent my family 7 pride flags to mock our religious beliefs.
All right, so this is a news article talking about something that you did to my client, right?
With an image, yes.
And my client then posted about the article that was written about what you did.
Yes, which still violates the civil stalking injunction because it uses my name and it has my image. She included my image there at the bottom.
I don't see your name in the post anywhere.
Well, sorry, excuse me, but my image, you see the image, yes?
Well, but is your name in the...
No, but Murray PTA president, which she has referred to me as numerous times.
Is the image there a screenshot of the article?
I don't know what the image, but the image is a screenshot of me receiving my award. I have no idea what, other than that. But she's using my image.
All right, and so your claim is that my client can't post news articles that are written about what you did to her, right?
I'm asking her to stop posting about me. Simple as that.
Even if it's posting a news article that was written about what you did to her.
The civil stalking injunction. She's posting after receiving a civil stalking injunction.
Okay. Now, in her post, she also said, I've literally never met her, approached her, or sent anything to her home whatsoever, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that's correct. And you don't dispute that, right?
No, I do not.
Okay. And this is a post that caused you emotional distress?
Yes, because after this post was made, I received death threats. I continued to see death threats.
Okay.
Because of post she made, I received death threats.
Okay.
People driving past my home saying they're coming for me, saying they're going to hang me by my neck in my front yard. My front yard! Death threats because of posts she made. Not one time did she ask to have them taken down. That would have anyone fear for their life, not just mine.
Okay. What language in this post do you think, I guess, inspired people to make death threats?
Good question. I don't know what would inspire anybody to do a death threat.
Is there specific language in her post that tells people to make a death threat against you?
No, but I've never sent a death threat, so I don't know what one and how one is inspired to send a death threat to someone.
Okay. And you don't have
I would hope there would be no language that would inspire anyone to send a death threat.
Okay, and you don't have any evidence that my client told anyone to make a death threat against you?
No, I do not, but I don't know all the interactions she's had with everybody.
Okay. Okay, and so you don't have any specific language in this post that you think caused someone to make a death threat?
This particular post, no.
Okay, it's just it's the action of her posting that you are saying causes death threats. Is that right?
It's redirecting people to an article that she continued to post about, yes, and that she continued to violate the temporary stalking injunction.
Okay. If we could turn to Exhibit 33.
And are we at a good point where we can take a quick break, just for 5
Oh.
10 minutes? We've been going for
Yeah.
about 2 hours.
Oh, yeah, we can take a break now.
Okay, take a break.
Thanks.
Let's be back at 3:10.
And Dad, you said 33.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and throw that out there so that we're.
Like the sound of that.
All right, we're back on the record at 230904766. Ms. Nowari, you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Maragani, go ahead.
One quick question, Nora. I assume that we are going to be cut off at 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
4:59, yep.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that was the case. If so, then can we end slightly before, because I did have a couple items I'd like to raise with the court, just because at this point it's clear we're going to have to do a second day.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
can break early, whenever.
Okay. I apologize, it's taking so long. Exhibit 33. Okay, Ms. Awerda, do you recognize this exhibit, right?
I do.
Okay, and this is actually, this is just a continuation of Exhibit 32, right?
I don't know.
Can you show Exhibit 32?
It appears like it's a continuation of one, yes. Okay, yes.
Yeah. So Exhibit 32 is a Facebook post, right?
Yes, it is.
And then Exhibit 33 shows the comments to Exhibit 32, right?
Yes.
Okay. In this here, my client has posted a link to an article at Read Lion, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it's your view that she should not have posted this?
Yes.
And did this? And I guess it's your view that this caused you emotional distress?
Not just this one post, but all of them did, yes.
Okay. And then also you highlighted, or there's a little black box. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that box shows that my client liked one of the comments on this post, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and was that highlighted for a particular reason?
Yes.
What?
I would have to see the post. She's mocking, obviously, the person commenting, Angela Madison, saying that the matter angers her. Who is the judge that dared to sign this in order? Get him out. This is unconstitutional to Utah's code and the legal order. And she liked that comment.
Okay.
Seems to be mocking the judge that put the temporary stalking injunction against her, sorry.
All right, and it finishes with the woman saying, "Are you also going to fight the restraining order?" Right?
Yes.
Okay. And so did her liking of this post cause you emotional distress?
Not just this one post, no. It was a continuation of multiple posts.
And the liking of this also caused you emotional distress?
No, it was all the comments and posts that she made, because right after she would like or post about me, I would get an onslaught of death threats.
Okay. Okay, if we could turn to Exhibit 34. Okay. You recognize this exhibit, Ms. Awardo?
I do.
Okay. And this is, so a media outlet, which we just talked about, called Reed Lion, wrote an article about how you got a restraining order against my client, correct?
Yes.
And that media report was caused by you getting the restraining order, right?
Not necessarily. She didn't necessarily have to interview with a media source.
Okay.
She chose to.
Okay. And so it's your view that she should not have done any interviews with the media about the restraining order?
After she received the temporary stalking injunction, yes.
Okay, so here...
She could have made a media interview about her beliefs in the LGBTQ community, but not about me.
So here, my client is reporting about that article in a thread on X, correct?
It appears so, yes. I don't know if that's on X. I'm not familiar with Twitter.
Okay. And she did not tag you in these posts, correct?
No, but she did use my image.
Okay, and is that image from the news article?
No, it's from me receiving my Volunteer of the Year award.
Okay, and in these posts, though, is it because the news article used your image?
I believe it's because she submitted the image.
But
I don't know how she interviewed with Reed Lion. I don't know what they asked for, other than that my image is being used and she's using it on her Twitter account.
all right, but the original post here, meaning the Reed Lion post, includes your image, correct?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. Now, she did not mention your name, right?
No, but my image, yes.
And so this is an example of a post that caused you emotional distress, right?
One of, yes.
All right, and but you did not feel threatened by this post, right?
I did not say that, no.
Did you feel threatened by the post?
Yes.
How did you feel threatened by it?
Because after she posted about it, I received death threats because of the post.
From third parties, right?
From other people, yes.
Okay. And but you have no evidence, again, that my client is the one that caused people to send you those death threats, right?
Other than they came from people that viewed the articles that she would post about.
Okay. Now, my client in these posts never said anything about that she would physically harm you, right?
No, she did not.
She didn't encourage others to do that to you, right?
Not in this post, no.
Okay. She didn't encourage people to contact you, right?
No, she did not.
And she didn't encourage people to go to your home, right?
Not in this post, no.
Okay. If you could go to Exhibit 36. Wait, hold on. Actually, hold on. Give me a second, sorry. Exhibit 35. Right. Okay, so you recognize this exhibit, right, Ms. Awardo?
I do.
Okay, and you provided this as an example of stalking, right?
I do. And I did.
Okay. Now, this is a post on X, correct?
I don't know where it's made. I'm not familiar with X's, but yes, sure.
All right, so it's a social media post that my client made, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and in this post, she is sharing another social media post, correct?
Yes, and tagging Murray City Police Department.
Okay. And in the post that did you do the highlighted circle on this document?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In that post, can you read what's written in there?
Hey, Murray Police, Utah. I could be wrong, but isn't this this interview a potential violation of @April Despain stalking injunction ?
All right. And what you wrote there is dated.
I didn't write that.
You did. Oh, someone else did. Okay. And so you screenshotted this?
Yes, because she retweeted it. Yeah, I guess that's on Twitter, so she retweeted it.
Okay.
With that.
Got it. And give me 1 second.
So she's mocking the temporary stalking injunction, it appears.
Okay. And so, again, she is reporting about something that happened to her, correct?
And mocking the temporary stalking injunction.
Right. She's saying to the, well, I don't know if she's mocking, but she's asking the police, are you going to arrest me because I spoke out on certain issues, correct?
Yes, and then she then posted the part about someone saying, isn't that a potential violation of the stalking injunction made against her?
Okay, and it's your view that was a violation of the stalking injunction, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you file anything with the court at that point?
It was dated July 13th. The stalking injunction had already been entered.
And did you contact, this post from my client happened on July 13th, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And we previously talked about how my client was served with a stalking injunction on July 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so when you saw this post, did you contact the court to say that my client had violated the stalking injunction?
I contacted our counsel, yes.
Okay. But you didn't file anything against my client at that point, right?
I don't know. I obviously provided it into evidence, so I provided it to my lawyers. And I took whatever advice they give me, I take.
Okay. And did this post cause you emotional distress?
Sure did.
And why?
Because I received death threats.
All right. And so is what you're saying, every single time my client posts about anything about you, you get a death threat?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's your view that she should not be able to post using your name, right?
Correct.
And that she should not be able to post using PTA president, correct?
My name associated with the PTA president, yes.
Okay.
Or use my image.
Even if that image has been put into a news article?
Yeah, she doesn't have to use the image. She could take it down. She doesn't have to use it anymore.
Okay. And it doesn't matter what she actually says in the post, correct? It is the act of posting that matters.
Yes, because it's posting, once again, about me. She can leave me out of it.
Okay.
Like I said, she can continue to spew her hate. I'm just asking her not to post about me.
Okay, and in this post, she did not tell people to contact you, right?
I don't know what she's doing behind the scenes privately, other than messaging Nicole Solis saying she's going to mock me for the rest of her life. I do know that.
Okay, but you don't have any evidence that she was contacting people to make death threats against you, right?
No, other than that she wants to mock me and taking advice from one of the witnesses.
Okay.
To create an algorithm and such.
Okay, but you don't have any. There's no evidence that my client told people to come to your house, right?
I'm unaware of what she told her followers.
Okay, no evidence that she told anyone to call you, right?
I don't know what she told her followers.
Okay. Let's see here. I think So we'll skip Exhibit 37, we already talked about it. Exhibit 38. All right, do you recognize this exhibit, Mr. Warda?
I do.
You took the screenshot, right?
Yes, I did.
And you circled the comment on the exhibit?
I did.
Now, there's no identifying information showing where that, to what post the highlighted comment was made, correct?
I believe it does from the image and my name, but the image. See how there's there's the person, Brandon Parker, 21, mentioned me in a comment, and then there's a little image there that I believe it's from April Despain's Facebook page. It's either the video of the police coming to her house or the pride flags being delivered.
But
I never posted that, so it's not from my social media account.
I think we already stipulated this is a comment to an Instagram post by the Daily
fair
Caller.
enough.
Yeah.
But not one on my page, no.
Say that again?
It's not one from my page, no. It's not from my Instagram.
Okay, and it's also not from my client's page, right?
No, that's not accurate. I believe it is from her page, because I believe that's the image next to the comment is a video she posted.
Okay. Now, can you read the comment here?
Yeah, Brandon Parker, 21, mentioned you in a comment, at Jenna Warda. So it's from Instagram, because that's my Instagram handle. This is the lunatic. Now blast her page and somebody please find her.
Okay. You don't know Brandon Parker, right?
I do not.
You've never had any contact with him?
No, I have not.
Okay, and so you have no idea why he posted this, right?
Well, other than it's on April Despain's Instagram page of something she posted, so it must be one of her followers.
Okay, but this doesn't show that it was on my client's Instagram page, does it?
Doesn't it? It's the video that she posted. It's definitely not from my posts. I never posted the video.
Okay. But the Daily Caller also posted the same image, correct?
She directed, yes. I don't know what the Daily Caller posted. I know that April Despain posted the video.
Okay, and so here, why didn't you provide the full post with the comment?
Because it's in messages, it's in notifications. I was showing that someone then tagged me once again from your client's Instagram post.
Okay. Okay, so you don't have any evidence that my client contacted Brandon Parker, right?
I have no idea who she contacted.
Okay. And you don't have any evidence that my client asked him to post this, right?
Like I said, I don't know who she contacted.
Okay, and it looks like you interpreted this as a threat, right?
Yeah. Okay. The part, somebody please find her, that seems pretty threatening.
Okay. Okay, if we could look at...
And I believe if you look at that image that you're seeing there, if you look down, it says your support request for May 31st was updated. I believe that's us notifying Instagram of these threats.
Okay.
To have them removed and comments removed.
Okay. But the thing is, like, you didn't provide a big copy of the original Instagram post that this comes off of, right?
I believe I provided numerous amounts of evidence.
Okay.
What came off your client's social media accounts?
Okay. If we could look at 39, I can combine a bunch of these together if it's like 39 to 40.
It's actually, I can do 4 at a time, so
Okay, so
whatever's easiest.
why don't you do 39, 40, 41, 42?
I can just blow them up if you mean on each one if we need to, so make it bigger.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Orta, do you recognize these exhibits?
I do.
Okay. Now, we've stipulated that these were all comments to a Daily Caller Instagram post, correct?
They were posts made, yes.
Okay. And so there's no identifying information at the top of each of these exhibits showing the original Instagram post that they're commenting on, right?
Other than the image on the fourth one there is the post that Ms. Despain made of the volunteers delivering the pride flags.
Okay. And so you don't know, so for each of these, let's start with 39. 39 was posted by Alamir 86, right?
I would have to see it blown up.
Okay. There you go.
Yep.
Okay. You don't know who this person is, do you?
Thank God, no.
Okay. And so you don't know why they posted this comment, right?
Oh, I'm pretty sure I know why they posted that comment.
You don't have any evidence showing why they posted it, right?
Other than it's tied to Ms. Despain's posting of the article that directed them to the Daily Caller. And have me running back to the Alphabet Squad, I mean...
But you don't know that's actually why they posted it, right?
Other than it's an image, the image on the fourth page, when it's not blown up, it does show the video of Ms. Despain that she posted of the volunteers delivering the pride flags to her home.
All right, and that post is on the Daily Caller's Instagram handle, correct?
And hers.
Okay, but here these comments are in response to the Daily Caller's Instagram handle, right?
Yes, that she directed them, her followers to, yes.
All right. You've never spoken with Alamir 86, right?
Like I said, thank God, no.
Okay. So if we go to Exhibit 40.
25 lines.
Oh, and then Exhibit 39 made you feel threatened, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Exhibit 40. Here you go. So you screenshotted this, right?
Yes, I did.
And there's no identifying information showing the original Instagram post, right?
Other than the image shown on the fourth one.
And this, the person that, so you circled a comment in here, right?
That is correct.
And it's by Sassone827, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know who that person is, right?
Gladly, no.
And you've never had contact with them, right?
No, I have not.
Okay, so you have no idea why
to him, though.
You don't know what motivated them to post this, right?
No, I do not.
Okay, if we
Other
go
than Ms. Despain posting a comment to the news article to redirect them from the Daily Caller.
Okay, Exhibit 41. All right, so here you've circled a comment, right?
Yes, I did.
And the comment is by Stukahuna, right?
Yeah, I would assume that's how you pronounce it.
Okay. And, you've never spoken to Stukahuna?
I have not.
Okay, you don't know who this person is, right?
Thank God, no.
Okay, so you don't know, again, what motivated them to post this, right?
Like I said in my further statement, I do believe I know what motivated them. It's the article that Ms. Despain posted.
Okay. If you could turn to Exhibit 42. Okay. So this is, so you've highlighted another comment, right?
I do. Yes, I did.
And this comment is by Mitchell Park, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've never had any contact with Mitchell Park, right?
I have not, no.
Okay, and you've never spoken to Mitchell Park?
No, I have not.
Okay, and so you don't know why Mitchell Park made this post, right?
I would assume, based on the previous comment and the comment by Maurer Life, it was because of the post April Despain made on her social media accounts. They talk about trespassing, and Miss Despain said numerous times she felt like I had people go on her yard to trespass. And them talking about the volunteer.
Okay. So they're responding to, well, at least.
Responding to a post that Miss Despain made, yes.
Or they could be responding to.
No, or just that.
They could be responding to you sending people to my client's property with pride flags to post them, correct?
From your client's Facebook page, yes.
Okay, but you don't again know why either Basic Bibliophile or More Life posted those other two comments that you highlighted, right?
I don't know them, so no, I don't know why they would post.
Okay. You can do the 43, 44, 40, the next four.
Are we going all the way, like until the end, 40 to 144? We're going to go one by one through all the exhibits?
Well,
'Cause I've gotten your point.
Oh, okay. I wanted to just combine them all together, Your Honor. I don't know how to better way to do it.
Well,
I don't know
and
that we need
I was
to-
going to say, a lot of these now that we're getting to are the same ones that were attached to Exhibit 1 that we already went through.
Well, I skipped the ones that were attached.
I
I mean,
if your point is that she didn't know these people, like, I got it.
You're like that.
I
Okay.
think we
We both made the point, so if there's a way we could.
If I could just have her look at all the exhibits and then I could just ask her that question, I would be done with it.
Any single person that you saw comment on any of these pages, do you know any of them?
I do not.
Okay, thanks.
Well, no.
That works. Thanks, Your Honor.
Does that work for you?
What?
Does that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's-
just making sure.
I mean, it seems like we all know that's the answer, so.
Okay.
Now we've established that, so we can move on.
Okay, appreciate it, Your Honor. Okay. The next one, you played Exhibit 52 during your testimony. That was the phone call you received, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
If that's the exhibit number, yes.
What'd you say?
If that's the exhibit number, yes, I don't
Alright.
know what exhibit that phone call is tied to, but yes, I played the phone call.
All right, and you had said it came from a block number, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and again, you don't know who made the phone call.
No, I do not.
All right, and you don't know, you have no evidence that my client had contacted that person, right?
I don't know who she had contact with, no.
Okay.
But I do know it was after your client posted.
Okay. Then if we could turn to Exhibit 54.
Sorry, go on.
Your Honor, can I have the court's indulgence for a minute? I'm just going to talk to my client real quick.
Sure.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out a way to speed this up a little bit.
Good idea.
Okay. Well, so Can you just put up the, like, 54, 55, 56, 57?
Yep.
I'm liking where your idea's going.
Okay. If you look at, so if you, exhibits 54 and 55 were both posted on May 28th, right, Ms. Orda?
One was you said 54 and 55.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and so you submitted these as additional examples of stalking, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you felt emotional distress from these posts?
Yes, because of the death threats I received afterwards.
All right, but that's not based on actual language in the post, right?
I don't, no, it was just because she posted and then I received death threats.
Okay. And then 56 and 57, these are both posted on May 29th, right?
Yes.
Okay, and these are additional examples that you say show stalking, right?
Yes, that she continued to post about me, yes, after the, yes.
All right, and these also cause you emotional distress because you got death threats from third parties, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And again, it wasn't because of the language in the posts themselves?
No.
Okay. If you guys want to put up 58 and 59.
58, 59.
Yeah. Oh. No, sorry, 61.
Just 61.
Give me 1 second.
No worries.
So we'll do 61 and 63. All right, so I think 61 is this is a continuation of what you talked about with news articles, right?
Yes.
All right, and so here, my client posting about the news article, you believe that that is a violation of the stalking injunction, correct?
Well, at the time she had not received the stalking injunction, but it was after the cease and desist.
All right, and so
So it couldn't have been a violation of the temporary stalking injunction. She had not received one yet.
Okay, and so this post is another basis for you to get a stalking injunction now, right?
Yes, it is.
And this post caused you emotional distress?
Yes, because of the death threat that I received afterwards.
Okay, and then 63.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So this post is a Facebook post, right?
Yes, that Ms. Despain made.
Okay, and it's dated May 27th, right?
Yes.
Okay, and here, again, you say this is an additional basis for you to get a stalking injunction, correct?
Yes, it is.
And here she's just talking about how you had threatened her with a lawsuit, right?
And then let it be a lesson to all, that part.
Okay.
Bully me, bite me, she'll hold her ground, good riddance, I bite back.
Okay.
Asking how stupid I'm going to feel. That I will never win.
Okay. This was before my client received the pride flags, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so after you saw this post, again, you did not try to cancel that pride flag order, right?
No, I never looked into it like I stated in further testimony.
Okay. And then I think we've already hit it. Can we go to Exhibit 65, and I think you can just go to the
Just 65?
65, yeah. And then just pages 7 to 9, 'cause we've already talked about everything else. Okay. So you recognize this exhibit, right, Ms. Orda?
Yes, it's something Mr. Spain posted.
Well, I didn't hear what you said, I'm sorry.
Yes, it's what Mr. Spain posted.
Okay, and so it's a document with multiple posts from my client, right?
Well, this just shows one, but
All right, well, on exhibit, so if you can go to 8 and 9, just if you guys review 7, 8, and 9.
yes, it looks like a continual post that Mr. Spain made. And her replying to people.
Okay. So 7 and 8 are, well, 7 is these are all comments that my client made, right?
Yes, and use my image, yes.
And they're all on X, correct?
I don't know what social media profile I guess this one is. I don't know if they're all made from Twitter.
The ones on 7, 8, and 9. So this one is, right?
Yes, that one is,
Okay.
yes. That appears to be yes.
Okay.
That appears as well.
Okay. And then your claim is again that these comments by my client are examples of stalking, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, well, and that and you believe that these comments caused you emotional distress, is that correct?
Yes, because of the death threats I received.
And you even got death threats from these comments as well?
Yes, I did. I got numerous death threats.
Okay, and it's every time she posts, you get death threats?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, on page 9, it's over there.
Yep.
There are, if you look at the second post, right?
Mm-hmm.
One is by a handle called @LordOfTheJazz. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the same comment, or I'm sorry, this is a reply to @LordOfTheJazz and jazz fan Justin, correct?
Yes, it looks
Okay.
like Mr. Spain is replying to something they posted, I guess.
Yeah. Do you know either of those people?
I do not.
Okay. Let me see. Where we did this.
I don't even know
Okay.
Justin.
We're almost done, yes. If you can get exhibit 70 and 71. Okay. Now you provided these as more examples of my client stalking you, correct?
Yes, and mocking the death threats, yes.
Okay. At this point, though, you had not actually presented my client with evidence of death threats, right?
Other than the the cease and desist, yes.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what evidence one needs to provide. I didn't have contact with Mr. Spain because I was directed by Murray City Police not to.
Okay.
But I provided them to my lawyer, yes.
All right. Exhibit 70 is an X reply on June 30th by my client, correct?
Yes, it is.
And Exhibit 71 is an X post by my client on July 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Approximately a month after receiving the cease and desist, notifying her that I received death threats.
All right. And so these are additional bases for you to get a stalking injunction, correct?
Yes, she was mocking the death threats I received.
Okay. And
saying I was playing victim.
okay. And these posts, they caused you emotional distress?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And is it because she didn't believe that you had received death threats?
And mocking someone that received death threats.
Okay. And in these posts, though, she does not encourage anyone to contact you, right?
No, but she's saying she never received evidence of my death threats and mocking death threats.
Okay.
I mean, if she's going to mock someone for receiving death threats, who's to say she's not going to come to my home?
Okay. How much did you pay Project Rainbow to send the pride flags to my client's house?
Objection relevance.
It's fine.
I could look up the receipt if you want. I don't recall being.
Questions withdrawn.
Yeah, I'll withdraw it. It's fine. Okay. Well, actually, Your Honor, can I go back to this? I apologize. It could show intent, like if she was willing to spend $500.
Intent.
Meaning.
Her intent. How is that relevant?
Well, it's relevant about maybe how she targeted my client versus the other way around. Not that we have a counterclaim, though.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, I'll withdraw them. Okay, so multiple times on social media, my client has called you the PTA president, correct?
Yes, numerous times.
And have you ever corrected her on social media?
I don't know if I've ever, but she continued to comment after I was told not to contact her. And to be frank, at the time she was making the post, my name was in the running for PTA president. But after the police officers came to my house and asked me not to have any contact with Ms. Despain, I didn't feel I could correct her, because I felt like if I commented or corrected her or went to her social media account, then I would have the cops come back to my home saying I broke the law.
Okay.
But I'll correct her now. I'm not PTA president, and I never was
At Hillcrest Junior High, right?
at Hillcrest Junior High,
Okay.
where she claimed I was.
Okay, there's one more, I think I got here. A couple. If you go to Exhibit 64.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object as the foundation because these are texts between Ms. Solis and Ms. Despain.
Well, they've been admitted.
That's true.
So I guess you can ask her about them. I'm not sure what she could answer.
Yeah, no, good.
She's not on the text message.
Objection withdrawn.
Yeah, shoot.
Okay, if we go to page 28.
28, you said?
Yes. Okay, and can you make that screenshot bigger?
Oh, yeah, you bet. Sorry, I did it on just one side. Just the screenshot?
Yeah. All right. Can you read that, Ms. Orta?
Yes.
All right, and so that's a comment from you on Facebook, correct?
Yes, it is.
Can you read the comment?
You have no idea what you're talking about. You've mentioned many times the amount of money you think I spend on my appearance. Just wait to see how much I can spend on lawyers to come after you.
And that was on May 27, 2023, right?
Yes, at 11:22. Well, it was May 27th. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so May 23rd.
And so here, you were trying to, I guess, were you trying to intimidate her?
No, I was trying to make light of the comment she posted about me on my physical appearance, since she assumed I spent a lot of money on my appearance.
Okay.
And she did state that we made millions and millions of dollars. So it was just kind of make light of that.
Let's see. All right, so I have a couple, I think a few more here.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I have a couple more questions there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, wait, I covered that. So, during your testimony, you talked about how someone drove on your street and you flagged them down. Correct?
Yes, my husband did.
Oh, wait. Oh, and so do you know any of the information about the person that was flagged down?
Other than I was present. I mean, I don't know them personally, if that's what you're asking, no.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by personal information.
Okay. Well, do you know their name?
No, they didn't shout their name from their car as they sped by.
Okay, so you didn't stop them in that.
Oh, no, we stopped them.
Oh, and then
But
what
I didn't
happened?
go, hey, excuse me, your name?
Okay. What did you do?
My husband spoke to them. I stood by my husband.
Okay.
So you'd have to ask him what he said.
Okay. Now, earlier you talked about how someone had posted your son's photo on Facebook, right?
Yes, I did.
And so it was the profile picture from your Facebook page, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I wanted to follow up with just one more question on doxing. So can we pull up Exhibit 111? Okay. Do you recognize this exhibit, Ms. Lawarda?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
It's an email that I made to Miss Dunn literally right after I sent the pride flags to Miss Despain.
Can we make the first email?
I can read it if you need me to. I don't need
Do
it.
you want me to make it bigger?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Just the first one?
Yeah. Okay. So if you notice in this post, right, they blacked out. I think that's your email. Is that correct?
Yes, but I did not block it out. But yes. Whoever April got this from blacked it out. I don't know who she got it from.
But they did not black out the teacher's email, right?
No.
And can you read this email?
Yes, it says, hey, so I saw that April Despain posted a picture of your room and also your personal information. Well, I just wanted you to know that since she loves posting so much about Pride, I donated to Project Rainbow for 7 flags to be delivered to her home. I don't stand for her hateful comments, and just know that in the next few days she will be enjoying a beautiful view of rainbow flags. Heart emoji, rainbow emoji, and then Jen, which is me.
Okay.
And you can tell by the tone that it was sent as a joke. Since she loved posting. I just said since she loved posting so much about Pride. Didn't say anything about her religious beliefs.
Okay. But
Or
when
her freedom of speech.
when you said posting about Pride, though, you meant she posted about it in a negative way, correct?
Yeah, she did. But it doesn't say anything about her religious beliefs, like she's claimed that I'm targeting for.
Okay.
Because if I was targeting her for her religious beliefs, I think I would have stated that in my email. But it was just meant as a joke. Like, she obviously loves Pride so much, so here's some flags to enjoy.
All right. I think we're good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, okay. What's your name? Go.
All right, Ms. Oward, I do have a few redirect questions. You were asked repeatedly about each individual post and whether each post by itself caused you fear. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And I believe you identified some posts that caused you to feel threatened.
Yes, I did.
Did you identify some posts that caused you to feel emotional distress?
Yes, I did.
Was it the single, or was there just an individual post that by itself caused you to feel fear?
No, not just one.
What was it then?
All of them. Numerous ones.
And when you say all of them, what do you mean?
All of them in combination. When one post was made, a death threat would come through. When another post was made, an onslaught of other death threats would come through. It wasn't just one post. It wasn't just about one singular post. I wish it was just one single post that she made.
And as Ms. Despain continued to post about you, did that cause you distress?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Because I'd receive death threats after she would post and have people drive past my home and have people say, they are going to put a gun to my back as I ran away from them and hang me in front of my home, in front of my neighbors, in front of my husband, in front of my child. My life has forever been changed. I left the state because I feared for my safety.
And you reside in Murray, is that correct?
I do.
How large of a city is Murray?
Not a very big one. We have one high school, so it's not a very big city. It's kind of a tight-knit community. There's kind of a running joke, once you live in Murray, you never leave. And I think that goes for Ms. Despain and myself. We were raised in Murray. We went to Murray schools, and here we are, still living there.
How hard would it be for someone to find you with your full name?
Probably not very hard. Both my last names are not very common.
And if that person had your images as well, or photographs of you, would that make it easier for them to locate you?
Yes.
Is that one of the reasons why the continued posting of your name and your image caused you emotional distress?
It is.
And was it one post?
No, it was numerous posts.
Right.
Dozens.
Thank you. You spent some significant time talking about Exhibit 113. Do you recall that? That was the post related to, I believe it was...
So the Daily Caller article?
I'm sorry, no, that was in fact, Austin, can I pull up 113?
Yes.
Yes, there we go. Gabriel Smith. I was going to say David Smith. I had it wrong. I'm glad I pulled it up.
Yes, Gabe Smith.
Do you remember the line of questioning along this?
I do.
Do you recall when all this occurred?
Yeah, May 22nd, May 23rd.
And so all of the engagement you had that you had with Ms. Despain in Exhibit 113 was May 22nd or May 23rd, is that right?
Not all, but that's when it started. It ended May 28th. Okay. So it was 5 days in total.
But Exhibit 113 just shows communications from May 22nd and 23rd?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked some questions about the posting of the flags on Ms. Despain's property. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
When the police came to meet with you, did they talk to you about the trespass allegation that was raised?
Yes, they did.
What did they say?
That they had no evidence of trespassing.
Do you know if any of the flags were actually put into Ms. Despain's yard?
I don't believe so. Based on her video, the volunteer just held them in her hand.
We talked a little bit about the image of you and your son that was posted. And I believe your prior testimony was that it was put in the comment section on Ms. Despain's Facebook page. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right.
I believe it was made by her follower, David Mulholland.
And is David Mulholland the one where we saw some of those examples of Ms. Despain engaging with Mr. Mulholland?
Yes.
All right. And you can take that exhibit down. Did you report that picture?
I did.
And was that picture ultimately removed?
Yes, I believe so.
Is that the reason why you weren't able to grab a screenshot of it?
Yes, it was.
But you saw it yourself?
Yes, I did, as well as my husband, because that's when Nate started commenting towards Mr. Mulholland.
You were asked some questions about, and I'll try and reflect this accurately, about an arbitrary cutoff line as to when communications needed to cease between you and Ms. Despain. Do you recall that questioning?
I do.
Do you believe that the time for Ms. Despain to stop talking with you was an arbitrary cutoff line?
No, I did not. No, I do not.
Why not?
Because, like I said in my further statement and testimony, I received death threats. It was fine, the interaction prior, because it was just, like I said, two Murray citizens having a debate over something they disagreed on. But once the death threats started to come through from comments and posts that she made, that's when I felt like it, we needed to it needed to be taken serious.
What about after the police visited both of you?
What's the question about that?
Sorry. Do you believe that after the police visited you, that was a time when communication should have ceased between you two?
Absolutely. It's the police. You're taught as a child that you listen to law enforcement.
And did the police indicate that they would pursue criminal charges if communication continued?
Yes, between either myself or Ms. Despain.
And communication had already ceased on your part, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Austin, can I have you pull up Exhibit 35, please? All right, then can I have you highlight that top half, please? All right. And Ms. Despain, during... I did it again. My apologies. I'm reading it and...
No, you're good.
Ms. Alwerda, do you recall that you were asked questions about this post?
I do.
And you were asked why you didn't file anything with the court after this was posted. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what happened shortly after the stalking injunction was served on Ms. Despain?
Other than death threat, are you speaking of the death threats I received?
Let's talk about in the court proceeding itself. Did Ms. Despain's counsel file any motions?
No, they did not. Other than, I would say it's an anti-SLAPP law, and then she did a First Amendment, I don't know what it's technically called, but she said it was against the First Amendment.
So did Ms. Despain, did her counsel file a few motions in this case?
Yes, there was the UPEPA that was renamed. I thought it was the SLAPP law, but the UPEPA and then the First Amendment.
And did the UPEPA filing stay proceedings in this case for quite some time?
Yes, it did.
Is that one of the reasons why you didn't file anything after learning about the ongoing post by Ms. Despain?
Yes, because I believe at the time you couldn't file anything after, because that had to be ruled upon before filing anything following that.
Thank you. You can take that down and please put up Exhibit 54. All right, can I have you highlight just the top quarter portion, the posted portion?
You want the picture at all or no?
No, just the post itself is fine. All right, and Ms. Alwerda, we talked a little bit about this one in your direct, and then you were asked some questions on this during cross-examination. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you see any language in here that you deem to be threatening?
Saying that I made her look bad online, saying that I bullied and harassed her family all week because they don't want to, we don't want gender and sexual flags in our schools. It was 5 days.
And remind me, you had no in-person communications with Ms. Despain?
I did not know.
Were those all online?
Yes, they are.
All right, you can go ahead and take that down. Do you recall you were asked multiple times what the basis for your stalking injunction was? Do you recall
Yes,
that?
I do.
And what is what are the bases for the civil stalking injunction that was sought?
One, the death threats that I received continually after Ms. Despain posts, the continual use of my image, the continual use of my name, just to name a few. Her not leaving the state school board meeting was a violation of the civil stalking injunction.
Was it one single act that gave rise to your civil stalking injunction claim?
No, it was numerous.
Was it all of those that have been submitted into evidence?
Yes.
If someone calls you a pedophile, do you view that as threatening?
Yes,
Why is that?
because they are saying I sexually abuse children.
Would the allegation of being a pedophile impact your ability to volunteer?
I would hope so, yes.
Do you believe it would impact your ability to volunteer at any of the Murray School District schools?
Yes,
Why is that?
because I couldn't be around children if I was a pedophile. I couldn't even be around my own child.
And you saw a post alleging that you were a pedophile on Ms. Despain's Facebook page, is that right?
Yes, and a groomer.
And a groomer. Same. If I were to ask you the same questions about being called a groomer, would your answers be the same?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 1. We're going to do 111 again, but very, very quickly.
Very familiar with this one.
All right, and let me have you highlight that top left one first, please, Austin. All right, and Ms. Alberta, do you recall you were asked questions about how you knew whether or not these were directed at you?
Yes.
All right, if you go ahead and look at that top post, do you see anything there that caused you to believe these were directed at you?
Yeah, because it says reported this to the PTA president. The only way to fight back against people taking it too far, plus you'll get paid for the fight.
Who did you understand the PTA president to be?
Me.
Why did you understand that that was the case?
Because Ms. Despain posted about the PTA president in conjunction with my name numerous times.
Okay, let's go to the one on the bottom left, please. Same question with regard to the one that is highlighted here. Is there anything here that causes you to believe this was directed at you?
Yes, my name. And the previous post stating my name and that getting 7 pride flags shoved up my peach, playing with me like that.
Do you have understanding as to what the peach emoji
Yeah,
means?
I believe it means my ass.
You can go ahead and take that down. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lawyer. You can sit down. Well, it's 4:12. Do you want to start another witness or do you want to break?
Your Honor, I don't think we're going to have time. Our next witness would be Mr. Alberta, and I just don't think we'll have time to finish.
Okay. Yes, please. So let's talk timing then first. How many more witnesses do you have, Mr. Name?
We have 2.
So 2 more witnesses.
Correct.
Realistic time on direct.
So direct for Mr. Alberta, I would say 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Maximum.
Yeah, maximum. And then Ms. Despain, which I believe would be about an hour to an hour and a half, maybe slightly more. But
And again, I only want to call the witnesses once, so, so that's everything you want to ask her.
yes, between an hour and 2 hours tops would be what it is.
All right. Mr. Margani, do you intend to call other witnesses than the individuals that Mr. Nate just identified? Well, the WebEx witness.
Yeah, Miss Solas, you, and then Mr. Despain. So I was going to say a word of Mr. Despain.
What do you think your time is on questioning Ms. Solis, Mr. and Mrs. Despain?
Ms. Solas, I really think it'd probably take 30 minutes. I don't even think it would take me 30 minutes, but it might, and then Mr. Despain will be short too, probably 30 minutes.
Okay.
And I think Mrs. Despain might be about a couple hours, I'd say actually.
Okay. All right. Well, it sounds like we need a full other day.
Yeah.
My next available full day. March 14th or 12th. Those are both over the bar convention in St. George, so if you're planning to go to the bar convention, you're not available.
Your Honor, you're not planning to go to the bar convention. We don't want to interrupt your schedule.
I mean, I wasn't sure yet, but I'm just... Are you available the 12th and the 14th?
We are available the 13th and the 12th and the 14th?
12th and the 14th.
Yes, is that what for you?
Yeah, so if you're any day or
Yeah, we're available both days. Your
Both
Honor.
days. Okay. How about, can we plan on Wednesday the 12th?
That works, Your Honor.
That will work.
9:30?
Go for it.
That works.
Okay, good. Mr. Nate, what else did you want to talk about?
So I think that the court kind of hit it, is we just need an understanding of time. I think, obviously, the directs were fairly narrow today with the cross being very lengthy, just ensuring that we don't end up in the same situation next time. I know the court is going to allow us to get it in, but I would propose, if we could, some sort of division of time to ensure that we're kind of on the clock and each person is allowed a certain amount of time, just to ensure that we don't have to push this another day.
Right. Well, I mean, that's hard because we didn't have a time split. I've not generally used a chess clock, just makes me nervous. But you all know my schedule. I mean, I would think everyone would want this resolved as quickly as possible, but here we are in 2025. It's beyond me, and my dates are few and far between. And let me tell you, by March, if we need another date,
Yeah, it'll be.
it's gonna maybe be in the summer if we can find a date, unless one of my trials goes away, which is possible, but, so I just don't have a lot of dates to accommodate this, and I apologize. But it kind of is what it is. So I think it's in everyone's interest to try to narrow and expedite, but we'll all just do our best. So we'll plan on March 12th at 9:30. Anything else we need to talk about? Council's gonna work on a exhibit list.
We've got one.
Okay,
Right
and then
here.
if we can include all the exhibits, that would be amazing, so if you all can work together and make sure that includes everything, and maybe email it in before we're back on March 12th, that would be great.
Yep, we will do so.
And we
Your Honor.
will keep, can I have yes, I'll have take the thumb drive back, we're gonna keep the witness, all the record exhibits just locked up until we come back in March. And I think that's it. No, I think that's it. Okay, great. Thanks, everyone. We'll be in
Thank you, Your
recess.
Honor. Yeah, real quick, I think we ended at 146 for you, right? Exhibit wise? Just trying to make sure we know.
Yeah, Because I have one, this was the last one. Okay.
And so Reeboks are all been admitted. I think we've got the records on yours. The only question.
Okay, thank you.
I think the only question we have, I think is more just, what do you want to call?
Definitely. Too many of them already.
Name these
Makes
before
my
you
guess.
send us over. If you want to just send us over, let us know what those are. We'll add those in and then we'll circulate a draft and submit it to the court.
Okay, perfect.
Well done? Well, let's go for round two, right? Oh, that's yours.
Just a heads up, all doors are already locked, so.
Oh, okay. You locked this in?
Yes. I have this. Let's keep that. Yes, let's keep it. Computer.
I did not bring it.
I'm gonna put all my binders back together, so I'll pages out.
That's you, sir. These exhibits.
Oh, yes, I left those. Thank you so much. I was just looking to see where I put them.
Oh, yeah. Go on mine.
You and I are gonna have to.
Do you want to turn it down?
Well, one of them.
Just sitting right, like talking, that's a lot of talking. Okay. Well, I felt bad because I was going a long time without
Sometimes, yeah. It's a little insane,
We're almost there.
Do you need these?
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. And
So, do we keep these? Should we keep these?
I mean, yeah, you guys just keep it, but